Okay, think I think that's good. I'm seeing back. We're back. We're back. Arf. All right, we got I think we're back in. And I think that that is all done now. I think that thing that it was doing is now done. It appears, at least, it appears that the issue was tied to, like, that I needed to set specific split tunneling in my VPN for the application that controls the OBS browser page so that the browsers don't use my VPN. Which is weird, but hopefully that does it. Oh, you show up in my you show up in my chat. Wait, was that Phalanx in game? One sec. Did you find me just to come bug me? That's so fucking cute. You're a sweetheart. There you are. Hey, gamer. Looks sick as hell. Next maxed account. She's way cooler than me. Next level. They don't know I have base 70s. I could investigate you. I can look you up. Actually, base 68. Ooh, ooh. Go to the Tears of Gothic, girl. You're a sweetheart. Thank you so much for popping in. Okay, so the chat's still not working. That's fine. Can I connect to... I remember RuneScape having integration. Oh, there it is. Is it not? Oh, I'm not paying attention. This is why I can't fucking fight this kind of monster. It requires interaction. I'm not paying any fucking attention. Are you kidding me? How dare you? How dare you accuse me of paying attention? Aye. Come here, fucker. Die. Did that work? I don't know. I don't know how to tell. Yeah, there it is. Perfect. Works just fine. Go refill our water real quick. Look at all the water skins I've got now. Perfect. Just what I needed. More. Yeah, okay, so the chat thing hasn't seemed to fix the chat issue, but at least I should be able to get chat. Which chat? The important kind of chat. Here, in the chat window, where chat goes. Okay, let's hit him with the rune scimitar instead of the fucking. Shout out to Phalanx coming and visiting me and then not adding me. Loser. Cringe. Never say that she's a woman who runs from a challenge. Never let it be said. Last lizard. 49 attack. Come on.
49 attack.
Thanks. She only runs from simple tasks. Same. Me when I have ADHD. Stupid bitch, you see the you is me, you is me, you is me, stupid bitch, can't you see me? Okay. Oh. Another reminder, my crunchy friends, if you were a knuckle cracker, all of your knuckles cooldowns have reset. Enjoy.
The lizard shudders and collapses from the freezing water. You have completed your task. You killed 18 lizards. You gained 630 XP. You've completed 18 taskies. You'll be eligible to earn reward points if you complete tasks from a more advanced Slayer Master. You dug a hole in the ground. You bury the bones.
I'm glad you have enthusiasm for the text that this game has in it. It makes me happy. Cracked your knuckles right before popping into stream. No, I'm so sorry. Rest in peace. How you doing, Dre? Oh, I'm gonna go north. I don't know why I'm going east. I hope you're having an excellent, excellent evening. Existing. Felt. Can I put in this emoji? How does this work? With 0 emojis. No, okay. You'd rather it be here? Aww. Yeah, the only reason I like haven't been streaming so much is because I've been playing so much RuneScape. I've been legitimately just having a lot of fun making progress on this Iron Man, and it was like not letting me stream because I had VPN issues. But now I fixed that, I just like finally set my brain to it, fixed it. Now you're gonna be seeing a lot of me, and I'm gonna be doing long streams because I'm just gonna be streaming me playing. I'm glad that you all enjoy when I just play the games that I like to play, because I worry a lot that I am boring, because this is the kind of shit that I like. I love click on thing and then wait for 3 hours. Oh, your account is a region locked account? Cool, where you locked? I got a crawling hand. You dear on my second monitor. Hehe. Ooh, Zaya! That's really cool. There's a lot of fucking cool stuff on Zaya. I bet you're having a lot of fun with that account. There is Draylocked. Added. Hydrate. I can. Getting that juicy Slayer XP. Just one more level. One more level. And then we'll do Underground Pass, I swear. Yeah, exactly. It's the next thing that's big on my list, so I just want to get it out of the way. I was trying to explain how much of a pain in the ass it was going to be to 80 last night when I was sleepy, and I wasn't sure if I did a great job of it, but maybe if she sees it happen, she'll understand. I do have to kill that unicorn with a big rock, unfortunately. Nobody tell Anton. $50 agility underground pass. Yeah. Yeah. 50 agility underground pass with no overheads, even. Yeah, it's a bit of a wall. No overheads is a little rough. There's a chance that I could just go and, like, yeah, for the spider. But there is a tutorial video that the guys got. So I wanted to, like, finger my way through it. Did I just say finger? What the fuck am I talking about? I've been taking hits off a cart the whole time I've been here. By the end of the stream, I'm gonna be quadruped. You know, it'll happen. Finger mentioned, Elden Ring mentioned, Elden Ring hands. Oh fuck! Join? Fuck yeah! All right, that was my 19th task, which means now I need to go to Varrock. I need to go to Edgeville, and it's the closest way. This way, dummy. Oh, you're an ultimate? Damn, Dre. Even I'm not that crazy. I'm not ready for that level of challenge yet. Hey, it's Rowdy. Did over 2K total. That's fucking awesome. Nice job. Genuinely impressive. I bow to you. Alex! Are you here to PK me? I need to go to Vanaka. No, you're bad. Cockatrice. I definitely need the shield for that. Drop that because I do not need it. Hey, what the hell? What did I even do? I just wanted to see what it does. Braze you in the face with water, whatever.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Hell yeah. Did it play the audio? I hope it did. Hey, whoa, watch it. Twitch said you could. You just do anything as soon as you get the ability to. Ah. $72 is a good number. I'm gonna get some good fucking XP from this. Hopefully these don't have any kind of like... I don't remember if cockatrice poisoned me. I don't remember. Oops, hopefully not. You hate training Slayer? Oh, I like Slayer. They don't? Good. I like that it moves me around, and I get to look at all of these funky little guys. Like, look at the cockatrice. How can you not like him? He's funky. We have so many funky little guys in the Slayer tab. Plus the rewards you get are just so nice. Yeah, the rewards. You don't like training it. Fair enough. I love combat. I love running around and fighting stuff. I'm an easy woman to please. Easy to pleasey. $60 Slayer from Lamp. You're insane, yeah. That's really sweet. You're awesome. I genuinely look up to people that have like that level of dedication. That's kind of what I'm trying to cultivate with this. I think RuneScape is really, for me, kind of a lesson in like planning and patience. I think that's really cool. I like that Iron Man show like I did this hard thing and I worked for a long time to achieve this difficult result. RuneScape accounts at the end are like culminations of all of the hard work you did, and I think that's really awesome. I know it's like silly because it's a game or whatever, but right, like that's not to say that like games can't be an important thing, right? Being really good at games and being really good at like putting in consistent work on an account for a very long time, that's awesome. I think all of you are really, really cool. And obviously, Dre, I respect you as like a contemporary in the online streaming space. I know I'm not quite as accomplished, but you are a really cool person. And like I know how hard it is to break out and like stay consistent with the labor that you're doing. It's awesome. Like I know how hard it is to be a content creator. I struggle with motivation all the time. I don't have like a responsibility to do all of these things, but it's stuff that I want to do. I'm making, you know, some kind of art. Something Germa performance artist bit, right? A girl who's only ever seen Germa memes. Mostly just do it as a hobby now. That's fair. Well, that's the thing, right? Is like you still put in the effort at some point. I think it's really impressive. And it takes effort to build a community, and your art, your streaming is art too. I think there is absolutely like value in like not safe for work creation. I don't think it's even close to fair to say that like pornography is not art in some cases, or like in some respect. At least performance art. Like, not safe for work is absolutely still art. Just because it's not maybe accepted by whatever normal society is. I don't give a shit about normal society. Oh yeah, you really look like somebody who cares what the government thinks. It's for sure acting, hell yeah. And that is us, that is you. I'm patting you a million times on your little head. You're so good. Everybody tell Olive how good of a girl she is. I genuinely just like being able to get on stream and talk to people that I might not have ever met but like without doing it, as well as just streaming out game and hanging out with people that I already know and already do hang out with. Like it's such a nice thing to do. I do eventually want to do like proper movie setups. I want to this is something I've talked about in the past, but I want to set up like a you know, I stream to the screen for the screen, but the majority of the screen is going to be like me and my friends sitting on a couch watching a movie, and then the movie's in the little corner. So it's watch a movie together. I might have to like invert it or whatever. You're working up to streaming art? I think you absolutely could. You have... I mean, that's the best way to improve, right? Even if you don't think you're very good now, you're gonna get better. And having that, like, visible record, even just for yourself, is like, important, right? And then you can even look over your previous work and see, like, how you worked on it, how you did it. What can you change? What can you get better at? You can take, you know, and you can take advice from people, or you're just having conversations, doing whatever. I really like streaming. Put off from your podcast days for sure. There is absolutely, like, I think I spoke about it before too. There's a level of like I would like to do not a podcast, but one of the days of my stream I would like to do like a call in where people can hop on a Google Voice number and call into the show and just talk. And I'd like to advertise it in places I don't usually advertise, like Facebook and Instagram. You'll be a menace? That's the idea. But that's the thing, right? Is I want it to be like early, like, I want it to be like public access television vibes, not professional. None of the shit that I do is professional. Why even like put the pretense up, right? Just be silly. Make a show that's fucking crazy and in crazy in the way that I want it to be crazy. I'll argue with random people. I'll, like, give people advice about their lives if they need. I'll just listen to people tell shitty jokes. I don't care. I want to see what happens when you just hand out your phone number to the internet. Not anything good for sure, but, like, what exactly? And I think that's interesting. It's a kind of art, and it's an art for me, right? I don't really care if anybody else likes it. It's something I want to do. I guess I'm kind of living on if you build it, they will come vibes, where I don't really care what anybody else has to say at this point. I'm just making stuff for me. I want to impress me, and I want to impress the people that I think are important to me, and they are already impressed with me, so the only thing I gotta do is just do the things I want to do. It gives me a lot of confidence. I'm glad that I'm inspirational to people. I don't know, I don't think of myself that way, but it's nice. Doing some mining to try to get a loop key half? Cool. Good job. I'm glad you solved it. Can you do anything with crystal keys in Zaya? I genuinely have no idea. Not crystal keys? Moon keys. Okay. Of course. How could I have been so foolish? For the record, I have no context for anything that's in the last, like, year's worth of updates. nowhere near ready to do like Varlamore or anything of that regard. I had a quest cave on my main, but I haven't done quests in like years. New quests, at least. You're a rapid. I imagine I'm probably gonna lean on your knowledge. I won't lie. Oh, senpai. Yeah, I'd be happy to. Happy to make a friend. Hey, Ragnarok, what's up? Yeah, we got first. Nice. No one had picked it up since we restarted. People just leave it on the ground, yeah? It's okay, nobody wants it. Well, I appreciate you hanging around. Yeah, schedules were crazy, and I wasn't streaming for a really long time. I had crazy shit happening in my life. Everything was on fire all the time for a while. Back in my day. Back in my I remember old April community. That's when April was good. You played World of Warcraft for the first time. Retail or classic? Things are going better for me. They're going really well, actually. I have a really, really good life. There are stressful things that happen in my life, but none of them threaten me. Retail? Fun! My safety is never a question, at least. Old April was pilk jokes and magic. That's true. I can still make pilk jokes and magic. I do want to play more standard. I want to still climb to mythic, but it has been a while. I'm probably dropped several. But will I drink pilk again? I'll do it. I'll do it for the bit. When have I ever been afraid? Do I look like a coward? I have faced the fires several times for your enjoyment. I'm picking you up by your ankles and smashing you over and over and over into the floor. You look pretty. Oh, thank you. I usually do face cam, but I just didn't want to tonight. It just wasn't like, it wasn't worth it. I wanted to do makeup and stuff and get dressed. It's just like, ugh. I still need to I need to wash my hair. I took a shower, but I didn't wash my hair proper, so I want to get myself hair wash. Bleh. I'll be back with face cam. Maybe we'll do another stoner story time if y'all enjoy me reading. If I did want to like gauge the success of that. Like, how did people like it when I was just fucking reading? I don't know if we want to continue the book that I was reading or if we want to go for like more Gideon now. Okay, well, I guess there we go. Not right now, but I will keep it on the repertoire. Oh, cool. WoW charity stream. That's really fun. I hope you have fun. Good luck. Is this Thunderclap and Flash? Yeah. Got those Zenitsu ears. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you're having fun. Proud of you. But you already knew that. I've been proud of all of you. It's honestly terrifying. Oh, I'm sorry. MMOs are so much. Yeah, there's a lot to do. Hey, at least you got quest lines and stuff to get you through things. And World of Warcraft is very well documented. RuneScape is what RuneScape. God, I can't imagine a new player approaching RuneScape in the year 2025. What would you even do? How would you even start? How the fuck did I start? It just literally plops you in the world and is like, figure it out, idiot. Oh my god. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. Sure. If you might not be able to post links, but if you can shoot it to me on Discord. I think links are banned just because we had people posting gore once. We love being visibly trans on the internet. You know, we get such amazing visitors. Without VRP or higher. Okay. Did I make you VIP? Did that work? No. There you go. No? What the fuck? Unable. Okay, I tried. Hey, you watch it. I was responding to a message. How did we get to Taylor? Whatever. These cats. My cat's gonna do a huge fucking knockdown drag out fight last night. And it scared, like, Morgana scared Merlin so bad, he, like, pissed all over her. It was insane. He, like, peed everywhere. Little fucking freak. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Are those, I don't know what the armor is. Is that all, like, raid stuff? I don't know if Valormore has a raid, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. From Moon's Apparel? Cool. Pissed on the wife? No. What? Nobody's wife. It's my other cat. What are you fucking talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, me too. Me too, girl. Me too. Life is too long to be sober the whole time. More like April Dork. What's up, Ozzy? How you doing, bitch? How you been? How could you? You're fishing on your hardcore? Hell yeah. This started as a hardcore, but I didn't know how Wintertod worked, so I died instantly, and then I had to not be a hardcore anymore. I didn't know how it worked with the change. I didn't read the article, I just kind of did it. I was like, why'd I die instantly? I was supposed to take damage. Shaved your legs for the first time in a year? That's gotta feel nice. Oh, I love shaving my legs. You haven't done this since the change. Yeah, you now it has like a warmth meter instead of hurting you actually with health. So you can like drink the rejuvenation potion so you don't have to use food. But I didn't know that. So I was eating food the whole fucking time, like a ding dong. Body hair is gross and whack. Agreed. Big agree. Oh, skinny jeans. Very fun. Did you spring thaw shave last week? Oh yeah, I gotta shave my legs. I have been just letting them grow because I'm wearing leggings all the time anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. So I'm not sure if anybody, I'm not sure if anybody is a follower of online quote unquote drama. This one's not really drama, but like Noah Samsen made a video about like how Ethan Klein and is going fucking crazy and crashing out in public and has been supporting a genocide along with like Destiny and everybody else. And I saw that Ethan has responded very normally, very, very normally and measuredly. So good for them, I guess. Huh? Oh my fucking god. Go fuck yourself. Jesus fucking Christ. It's the worst. You suck. I was blessed with a fat ass. Truth. God gave you a fat ass. You gotta show it off, you know? It's super, yeah, it's super normal. You should watch the Noah Samsen video. I guess I could fucking throw the Noah Samsen video on. Does anybody give a shit? Okay. Where am I fucking going? Slayer Cave. Which one? It's the most recent one. I'm just gonna pull it up. You haven't seen the prequel to it? Yeah, we could do... I guess we could do both of them. I don't mind showing off Noah's videos. I mean, if y'all don't mind watching 2 hours of fucking Noah Samsen, I sure don't. Gonna watch when you're less sleepy. But let's just do it.
If you like my video,
Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna mute that. We're gonna open that. Put her down. We'll put it down over here, I guess. Or do we want this bigger? We probably want this bigger. You probably want to like see this more than you want to see RuneScape, I imagine. So I'll just play RuneScape in the background. I'll mute it.
if you like my videos and want to help me make more of them and
Okay, is
faster,
how's the
consider
volume
joining
there?
my Patreon. Thanks. About a month ago, the 6 million subscriber YouTube channel H3H3 Productions released a video called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. In this video, the host, YouTuber Ethan Klein, alleges that the political streamer Hassan Piker is an extremist that supports terrorism and terrorist groups.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
To watch what slop? Oh yeah, I could not watch Ethan's shit.
Promotes
No, it was bad.
and is radicalizing his viewers to do the same. He accuses Hassan of being a rape denialist.
I watched a little bit of it. It's not great.
Prolonging what he calls the Israel-Palestine conflict with his radical views.
This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done, but not while people like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely.
In this video, Ethan also criticizes Twitch, the platform that Hassan streams on, accusing the company of having a systemic problem of anti-Semitism. He cites the company's open support of Hassan, its sponsorship of a live event that Ethan claims was anti-Semitic.
I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
And its alleged discrimination against Jews through a recent ban on new account signups from Israel. So I'm going to tip my hand a bit here and say at the outset that this video is quite possibly the worst video I've ever seen.
How's that?
It's plagued with factual errors, misrepresentations,
Still get a little bit of RuneScape up in the
contradictions, and
corner.
overt pro-Israel Bush-era U.S. State Department propaganda. For a more thorough breakdown of all of this video's problems, I'd recommend the YouTube channel Bad Empanada. He's gone point by point with these and debunked.
Yeah, this whole public
This
crash out has
video,
been
Hassan
really
himself is also
embarrassing.
responding to most of these claims also months ago.
Brie has a tummy ache.
Link below if
I
you'd like.
am
Given the existence
channeling
of
all of
these
my
dozens
energy.
responses, I'm not here to
I'm
repeat
channeling
the
all of
videos
my
that
energy
you're
to
watching.
destroy
No,
this
the real
tummy
reason
ache.
I'm talking about Ethan's
I'm
video
going to
today
I'm gonna
is less
kill
about what he
the
says
god
in
of
it
tummy
and more about
aches
what he doesn't say, the things he chooses to leave out. Save for a passing mention
with
of
my
the
bare
outdated,
hands.
vastly underestimated death
We love
toll
you,
of the
Brie.
Palestinians in Gaza, Ethan omits the Palestinian side of the story entirely. He doesn't talk about Gaza. He doesn't give any specifics about what Israel is doing there. And this is an issue for a few reasons, but mainly, all of the points he raises are directly tied to the Gaza genocide. The main targets of this video are some of the only groups in the world that have violently resisted Israel's genocide, and the few figures in independent media that are willing to tell the Palestinian side of the story. By leaving out the broader context, Ethan is able to present a false perception to these millions of viewers about the motivations behind the people his video attacks. He's
A
able to
woman as
frame them
powerful
as
as Brie will
mindless
not be defeated
terrorists
by a
or
tummy ache.
America-hating anti-Semites, and not what they really are, which is anti-genocide people that are against genocide. Western media manufactures consent for large-scale terror operations across the globe in a number of ways. There are more overt forms, like atrocity propaganda. There are also more subtle ways, like deceptively framing information, using passive language, and creating false perceptions about conflicts through things like burying the lead.
Oh no.
All of these
Oh,
tactics
poor
were
girl.
the video and the wider online smear campaign that motivated it.
Oh,
That's that last thing
Brie.
I think does quite a bit of damage, lying by omission.
Poor
The
fucking
image
thing.
framed seems to imply that Israel's genocide
No
in Gaza
domain over
is not
tummies.
actually a
Alright, you
genocide.
get to
He
live.
never explicitly uses the term himself, but it's presented as just
I'll
another
allow it.
thing that's happening in the Middle East that's sad, but ultimately the product of a war. That there are deaths.
How
on
dare
both
you?
sides, and that all we
How
need to
dare you
appease
s- how
is
da-
rational-
First of all, how dare you? How dare you say that she needs to stop eating hot Cheetos? That's her God-given right as a woman. She deserves to eat hot chip and lie. Down on the floor. Because her tummy hurts. Alright.
dialogue between these two sides. This could not be further from the truth, and to better understand
This is
this,
being
we
punished.
talk about Gaza.
No, that's
Using
not
the term
possible.
Israel's actions in Gaza, but it seems like a lot of the people using it.
There's no way Spicy Cheetos could betray us like that. They are our ally.
Means. Genocide isn't just bad thing that's happening where people are dying. No, that's not what it is. It's a Holocaust. The U.S.-Israeli Holocaust. That's what it should be called. Israel is using everything in its power to eradicate Palestinians from the planet. The fact that Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide isn't controversial. Not among the experts, at least.
This could be
is a
seen as
near
transphobia.
universal
That's so
consensus
true.
among top human rights groups and humanitarian
Yeah,
organizations.
telling her to stop eating hot chips is really transphobic of you, actually. They're dangerously cheesy. It's a risk that we all take when we open the bag. You're so right for that. I need to give a there needs to be a meme break like redeem that flashes a bunch of lights and plays alarms and stuff. So if like if the topic is getting too heavy for like the video we're watching, we can take a 10-minute decompress break and just play memes.
operating on the ground in Gaza, that Israel is committing genocide, countless war crimes, and crimes against humanity. There is the Amnesty International report, a 300-page report that accused Israel of genocide in Gaza. There was the Human Rights Watch report accusing Israel of crimes against humanity and genocide in Gaza, specifically through the intentional deprivation of access to clean drinking water. The United Nations, Euromed Monitor, Doctors Without Borders, the International Committee of the Red Cross, Israeli human rights groups like B'Tselem, various Holocaust scholars, they're all saying the same thing.
I'm just gonna like I'm not gonna give too much commentary on this video. I'm really just sitting here and playing RuneScape while watching this video and learning, because I genuinely think that Noah's like really well researched, really well studied, and supports his points really well. If there's anything that I feel I need to talk about, I'll pause and talk. But for the most part, I'm kind of just gonna let him talk about the things that he talks about because he's very good at talking about them. I don't think that I could do it any better than he's doing it. Hey Bo, what's up, girl?
Last year, the International Court of Justice ruled that the case for Israel's genocide in Gaza is plausible. It was a preliminary hearing, and the final rulings on genocide
Bo gets an honorary invite to all girls' nights in the future.
take multiple years, but the ICJ issued several provisional measures to prevent the possibility of a genocide taking place, provisional measures which Israel has failed to follow completely. And then there was, of course, the International Criminal Court, who issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who are now wanted international war criminals. Towards the start of his video, Ethan mentions a
can you say it for the guys and the girls and Bo? Or the girls, the gays, and Bo?
Gazans have lost a lot more.
Yeah, without culturally appropriating from girls? Shut up.
The figure he cites is wrong. It's just wrong. Credible estimates have placed the full scale of the slaughter in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone, with further projections that include indirect deaths in the hundreds of thousands, potentially over 10% of the population of Gaza. Ethan's brief and false citation leaves a lot of other things unmentioned, like how the vast majority of these deaths have been Palestinian civilians, including over 15,000 children. The United Nations described Gaza as a graveyard for children just months into
Hey, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you. Yeah.
That over 1,200 families have been completely erased from the Gaza Civil Registry, meaning that every single member of
Yeah, not only has he fallen off, but he is publicly crashing out in maybe the most embarrassing way I can imagine. So this has been kind of like not fun to watch exactly, but yeah, ugh.
their bloodline has been killed. Nor does he mention
Also, hi,
that the
June.
mass slaughter of these innocent civilians has been intentional. Israel has a long history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. This dates back to the
Yeah.
ethnic cleansing of over 700,000 Palestinians from their land in 1948, which included the massacre of thousands of civilians. And it's also evident in all of Israel's many previous violent incursions.
Yeah, no problem, Dre.
Specifically, during Operation Cast Lead, starting in late 2008.
I'm gonna add you.
Israel slaughtered about 1,400 Palestinian people. 300 of those were children. During this widespread massacre, Israel ordered people to shelter in schools, so-called humanitarian safe
If you ever want to hang out and just chat, Dre, let me know. Let's we can absolutely do that.
Larger scale in the latest escalation in Gaza.
I am also. I also thought he was good.
These are the moments just after an Israeli strike on a school sheltering
I will kiss you.
displaced Palestinians.
During the 2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful, Israel fired on the peaceful crowds with sniper rifles, injuring thousands and killing hundreds.
That's fucking insane. I like every time I hear about this, it's like that is the most like disgusting thing. It's monstrous. Like there's no excuse for that. You're just shooting fish in a barrel because you think they're not human. It's insane.
Snipers were intentionally targeting children, medics, pregnant women, and disabled people. Israeli snipers later publicly recounted their experiences of hunting Palestinians for sport, bragging
Jesus
about the number of
Christ.
kneecaps they could shatter. This trend has continued in Israel's latest escalation since October 7th to an extreme degree. IDF snipers are intentionally targeting children for execution by shooting them in the skull and in the heart. Healthcare workers have testified to seeing Israeli drones hovering outside of hospitals, picking off children. That's where they're shooting them and injuring them and then circling back to execute them.
What I think I found particularly disturbing was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down.
Yeah, this is a genuinely the most like this is not maybe not the most disgusting thing that we've seen in a long time, but it's up there. Like, oh my god. And like that there are so many this is important to cover, right? This is important for me to show to the people that might not go and watch it themselves, and like be able to have us all sit here and have a conversation about it. It is important also to be covering this and have YouTubers that are covering this stuff, like having Noah cover this in such a detail, showing that there are people that are manufacturing consent for this shit and spreading propaganda, and that they should have there should be repercussions for them.
So the drones would come down and pick off civilians, children. And we had description after description. This is not, an occasional thing. This was day after day after day, operating on children who would say, I was lying on the ground after a bomb had dropped, and this quadcopter came down and hovered over me and shot me. And that's clearly a deliberate act, and it was a persistent act, persistent targeting of civilians day after day. We had 1 or 2 mass casualty incidents every day, and that meant 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 seriously injured.
Just hunting Palestinian children for sport. It's pure terrorism. The Israelis also have a history of murdering Palestinian civilians by running them over with bulldozers and tanks. Recall the story of the killing of Kamal Zair from April of 2002. Israeli tanks shot and killed him.
Right,
And then proceeded
Cockatrice
to
is
run him
dead.
over. He was 57 years old, wheelchair-bound, and waving a white flag. Another prominent case of this was Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was murdered by an Israeli bulldozer while protesting the destruction of Palestinian homes in Gaza. Israelis, for years after her murder, celebrated the day by making pancakes with Rachel Corrie's face painted into them. In the latest escalation, individual Israeli soldiers have admitted to committing these atrocities by the hundreds. The only reason we have these admissions is because Western outlets have written articles with concerns
Time for underground
about
pass.
murdering affects these soldiers' mental health. Another element to the case that Israel is committing genocide is its continuous intentional deprivation of the basic necessities for life for Palestinians in Gaza.
I'm
They've used
preparing.
starvation as a weapon of war, a war crime, and a crime against humanity. Most recently, Israel's response to the quote-unquote ceasefire in Gaza is to continue this mass starvation while explicitly stating it as a matter of policy. They have blocked humanitarian aid throughout the genocide in violation of international law, the ceasefire orders, and the ICJ's measures against genocide.
Insane.
The pretext they've fabricated for this policy of intentional starvation is that Hamas is looting these aid trucks. They have provided no evidence for this claim. What we do have evidence for is that Israel has protected and supported criminal gangs with ties to ISIS in areas that Israel has full control over, and these groups have been looting aid trucks. Israel is intentionally depriving Palestinians in Gaza of access to clean water. Oxfam reported that Israel has destroyed over 1,000 miles of water and sanitation networks, leaving less than 7% of pre-war water levels in Rafah and North Gaza. Israel has also partially or entirely destroyed over 80% of water and sanitation infrastructure in Gaza, including all 6 of its mainline wastewater treatment plants. Brutal, violent attacks on the healthcare system are another aspect of the genocide. They've damaged or destroyed every single hospital in Gaza and murdered countless medical workers, doctors, nurses, rescue workers, and healthcare staff. They've kidnapped doctors and held them without charge, where they've been tortured. Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, Gaza's leading orthopedic surgeon, was kidnapped by Israeli soldiers, brought to an Israeli prison, and then reportedly raped to death. The latest UN reports have concluded that over 90% of the buildings in Gaza have been severely damaged or completely destroyed. If you watch any of the footage coming out of Gaza, this is made quite clear. Israel's destruction includes every single school, hospital, mosque, cultural center, church, residential areas. Everything has been bombed. It's estimated that it will take a minimum of 15 years to remove the debris and unexploded ordinances from the Gaza Strip. That's just removing it, by the way, not rebuilding. In September, the UN released an estimate that because of Israel's illegal and inhumane blockade around Gaza, which regularly limits the transfer of things like concrete into the Strip, fully rebuilding Gaza will take 350 years. Gaza is about 25 miles long and 5 miles wide. It is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. It is in this area that Israel has equivalent.
Yeah, like this kind of shit it's hard to believe that it can be done, right? Like the scale of it. We read about shit like this in history books, and we think that we're better than this now. But that's why it's so important to keep an eye out for it, and why it's so important to like call it out and make sure people know about it, and to try to like donate money to causes that are supporting people here, and try to vote people into power who are going to stop supporting this shit. Right? Every little thing that we can do, every little bit of awareness that we can get out there is important for like making the world a better place.
To that of multiple nuclear weapons. Israel has done this with full knowledge that over half the population of Gaza is children. So no, this isn't just a case where 40,000 people died. A lot more than that happened. One of the most tragic elements of the Gaza genocide is that, as crucial as it may be for the factual record and eventually holding the perpetrators accountable, merely recounting these statistics does not afford Palestinians the dignity of humanity. They are simply reduced to numbers, to tens of thousands of names on a registry, as if they aren't human beings with dreams, hopes, hobbies, interests, and love for the people around them. If you've had this feeling as well, I want to recommend a book. It's called If I Must Die. It's written by renowned Palestinian poet, author, and teacher Dr. Rafat Al-Arir. It's full of stories and poetry and history about life, or rather survival, in Gaza during occupation and genocide. It is beautifully written and humanizing beyond anything you'll ever get from most coverage of Gaza, especially in the West. I have a friend from Gaza. His name's Ahmed Sarsour, and he's a very talented poet. We got in contact on social media, and when I read his work, it moved me in a very similar way to the way Dr. Rafat's words have. Ahmed has a sister, Rania. She is a mother and a gynecologist from Gaza and is seeking help after being displaced in February of last year. She and her children were forced to flee their home, and her life was further devastated when her home and her family members' homes were destroyed. She gave birth to her baby, Rose, in a hospital without proper care and no anesthetic, and now faces a dire situation with limited resources. I've linked her fundraiser in the description. Support if you can. The funds raised will go towards essentials like diapers, baby formula, medicine, basic living items, rent, and travel expenses for relocation. Another friend of mine, Ahmed Matar, is a 27-year-old inventor from Gaza. He makes these brilliant videos showing the process of constructing creative inventions to use in order to survive in Gaza. After the so-called ceasefire was implemented, Ahmed and his family returned to their home in the north only to find that it had been looted, vandalized, and destroyed by the occupation forces. Support his campaign if you can. I will leave these fundraisers as well as a link to Dr. Al-Arir's book in the description. The book is devastating, though, especially considering the fate of its author. Dr. Rafat was killed by Israel in a targeted assassination in December of 2023. He was killed alongside his brother Salah, with his son Muhammad and his sister Asma, and 3 of her children. This came after having over 30 members of his and his wife's family slaughtered by Israel over the course of their lives. What these numbers also fail to communicate is the weight and depth the effects of this crime has had and will continue to have for generations. To speak only of the children of Gaza, they will forever hold the wounds and trauma caused by Israel's genocide in their minds and hearts. It was reported that when asked, over half of the children in Gaza expressed a desire to die. Many of them already held such wounds, though, of course, but in terms of sheer scale and intensity, what we're seeing now is incomprehensible except to those experiencing it. Throughout these 17 months of genocide, the international community has left the people of Gaza to languish and die. If there's anything we've learned about Israel in the past 100 years, it's that there is no crime they can commit that won't go unpunished, up to and including genocide. In the latest escalation, again, the world has watched this happen and done nothing. And some have, of course, actively made this genocide possible. Most notably, that would be the United States government. The US and the Biden administration is fully complicit in this genocide. They've repeatedly sent billions of dollars in weapons shipments and provided military and diplomatic support. Over 80% of the killing machinery that has been used to slaughter Palestinians in Gaza has been provided by the United States government. They've also provided
Guess you need any more like reason to go and make your vote count. Like, there are things that matter that you can change. There is a way for us to make things a little better if we stop supporting this.
rhetorical and diplomatic support by whitewashing Israel's crimes against humanity, laundering Israeli atrocity propaganda, and denying and dismissing genocide allegations. That last one should come as no surprise, given that a genocide ruling against Israel does also implicate the United States in the crime of aiding and abetting genocide, since they sent the bombs that made it possible. The ICC is already being urged to investigate Joe Biden and Antony Blinken for their role in perpetrating this very crime. These actions have shown the U.S. to be acting in violation of both domestic and and international laws by sending weapons to a regime that is actively and intentionally blocking access to humanitarian aid against a civilian population that they are occupying, and ignoring the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court against Netanyahu and Gallant. This is just another plot on the long, long chart of the US and Israel's position as rogue states in the international community. There's a comment I saw on Ethan Klein's video. It read, "I feel like a lot of people can't separate Israelis and the Israeli government, and the same with the other side. Like, you are allowed to hate on the people who actually kill people and not hate the innocent adults and children that are being killed from both sides." This is a popular framing among liberals and liberal outlets, that we should separate the Israeli people from the actions of their government. While there are some examples from the past where this may be true, such as the case of the American public's attitudes towards the end of the Vietnam War, which diverged from their government, the same cannot be said in the case of Israel. The vast majority of the Israeli public supports this genocide. Months into the genocide, polling showed that over 95% of Jewish Israelis supported the IDF's actions, with a majority of those indicating that the IDF was not using enough force in Gaza. The force in question there being, genocide. They wanted more. It wasn't enough, apparently. 17 months later, and nothing has really
Jesus.
changed. Just
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Even with all the polling, I'm not sure how you uneducate, or like, how do you fix that? How do you fix that mindset? I'm not sure what the solution is to that.
weeks ago, polling indicated that the Trump administration's plan to facilitate the ethnic cleansing of Gazans was supported by over 80% of Israelis. This headline refers to Israelis as a whole, but that 80% support statistic is actually only the perspective of Jewish Israelis. A majority of Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, or Arab Israelis, as the Israeli government tries to call them, considers this ethnic cleansing plan to be immoral. When it comes to Jewish Israelis, however, that number drops to just 3%. This should come as no surprise, given Israel's history. A country that exists on the logic of ethnic supremacy and colonization requires a certain level of dehumanization to keep its inhabitants from collapsing under the weight of the reality of their rotten society. Another way to get a handle on the seemingly ubiquitous genocidal fervor among requires a certain level of dehumanization to keep its inhabitants from collapsing under the weight of the reality of their rotten society. Another way to get a handle on the seemingly ubiquitous genocidal
Before I first learned what's going on over there, I used to daydream about typical superhero stuff. These days, not a day goes by that I don't crave or need the power to do something to help Palestinians. Yeah. I know I'm not fully powerless. I can spread the word and vote as best I can, but it doesn't feel like enough. I totally understand that. I totally understand that. And, I mean, it is possible to make a physical difference if you really want to go there, and, like, I'm sure you could go there and do humanitarian work somehow, or help some way that way, but that might require major changes to your life. So that is a value that only you can choose to decide on what you want to do. Maybe it's the right thing. I don't know. All I can say is that I know that I understand that passion.
fervor among Israelis is by just talking to them.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Wish I had the resources to do so, but the way my life is right now, it's just not possible. Right? It doesn't make you a coward. It does not make you a coward to not be able to uproot yourself to, like, change the world. That's the thing, right, is that you shouldn't have to. Like, this shouldn't even be a thing that is happening. And the best thing that we can do is try to work together to create a world where it can't.
Children grow up to be.
I think that's a good use of your power.
I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven.
Help make a better world into a reality.
But there are always casualties. And since they do a lot of cruel
חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה.
טוב, אז כנראה שנעצור פה.
את לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם. צר לי.
אבל מה, ילדים אבל, נגיד.
הילדים מסכנים, אין ספק, אבל הם לא יגדלו להיות ילדים חפים מפשע, לצערי.
Most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying, you know? I never want it. But
Oh.
most of them will
Oh, it's
grow
over.
up
Okay, we're there.
not only supporting Hamas, which is a crime by itself, but joining them, which is the worst of the worst.
בפשע נהרגו בעזה.
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי. אני הייתי עד 7 באוקטובר האמנתי בשלום ובשיח ובדו-שיח. אחרי זה הבנתי שאין עם מי לדבר.
Yeah.
כולם שם מחבלים. לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
There is no such thing as Palestinians. They're Arabs.
They'd never kick a puppy, but yeah, go on, try to justify whatever clown logic you're about to serve.
Who have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians, their parents use them as human shields to gain sympathy. The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
These people know that they're on camera and that these remarks will be posted on the internet or shared on the mainstream news. This is normal to them. This is normal in their society.
Yeah, sure.
It's a testament to the fact that their society is not normal.
Not on this account, probably not.
Views as being some
Hit me with their usernames.
widespread attitudes. But again, with Israel, it's just different. Not
This is a new account. I only just made it.
Perfectly with the wider Israeli polling data, but also because it's almost impossible to find anyone in Israel saying anything else. The amount of truly anti-Zionist Israelis living in Israel numbers in the hundreds. This figure is according to anti-Zionist Israelis themselves. They are alone.
Everyone around us
Fluffy
are
Benui.
completely genocidal maniacs. Everyone around you. And I don't mean it metaphorically. It's not metaphorically. It's literally. Everybody. It will be your family. It will be your teachers. It will be your colleagues. Everyone around you. So you're alone. Even if we will gather all of those anti-Zionists together from Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or Haifa or whatever, it will not be more than, I don't know, 500?
There's no tangible internal opposition within the country. The Israeli left is a myth. This is reflected once more in the openly genocidal sentiment we see on social media from IDF terrorists who have been willingly, gleefully, posting their own war crimes on the internet for everyone to see for a year and a half.
They go into the homes.
How do you draw the ground markers? What is the button combination for it?
Themselves, smashing them up. They also
Yuppie.
in going through
Brain rot 67.
and this is a sort of recurring obsession. You see Israeli soldier videos in the context of the broader output of Israeli society.
If you gave me a button to just erase Gaza, every single living
Oh, there it is.
in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow, I would press it in a second. I would press it right now. Give me that button and press it right now.
There you go.
And I think most Israelis would.
There's an Israeli song called This Was My Home. And what they would do is dress up as caricatures of obviously what they perceive Palestinians to be, being sung mockingly.
No fucking way, please.
We're not looking
Come
at
on.
obscure subculture.
Damn it. Oh, come on. Can you imagine how fucking cool that would have been?
People have been keeping tabs on this. There are a number of archives documenting the names and crimes of these Israeli terrorists. One of the most thorough of these databases was
That's so
created by
funny.
historian Lee Mordecai. It's called Bearing Witness to the Israel-Gaza War. It is presently over 120 pages long with extremely detailed footnotes. There's that one tweet that's like, hitting translate from Hebrew on Twitter is like discovering a lost page from Mein Kampf. This holds up pretty well. Here, let's
Nice.
try it on this tweet. The survivors
Easiest
of the
path ever.
1945 Holocaust are proof that every trace of the murderous
Video games are
mutilations of
easy.
Gaza must be erased, from delivery rooms to the last elderly person in Gaza. 100% dead in Gaza. That there is Barashi Kinneret, the host of a mainstream Israeli news channel. One more example that I found particularly striking was the Right to Rape protests. A group of Israeli prison guards were placed under investigation after security camera footage leaked showing them gang raping a Palestinian prisoner. The Israeli public reacted in uproar, not because of what they were alleged to have done, but because they were potentially going to be punished for it. Protests were held
Amazing.
outside the
Incredible.
prison,
That's
attended by
crazy.
the top Israeli officials. Mainstream Israeli news channels brought
The shit soldiers probably get away with is wild. Yeah. Yeah. Are we the baddies? Except, like,
on
for
one of the
real.
alleged rapist soldiers for interviews supporting him in his right to kill and rape Palestinian hostages. Again, this wasn't some extremist fluke. It was reflected in broader polling of the Israeli public. According to a poll taken around that time, 65% of Israeli Jews oppose criminal prosecution for soldiers suspected of raping Palestinian detainees. And 47% of Jewish Israelis answered that Israel does not need to abide by international law and maintain moral values in the war. Simply put, it's a genocidal society, top to bottom. Perhaps the most complicit party to enabling this genocide, aside from the material support of Western governments, is the Western media. As previously mentioned, this support largely takes two forms. The more overt kinds, like spreading misinformation and explicit Israeli state and IDF propaganda, and the other more subtle, yet significantly more frequent and effective, is that of manufacturing consent. Reporting on Palestinians has some clear differences in coverage, language, and framing when compared with other groups. In the first 100 days after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 262 children were killed. In the first 100 days of Israel's assault on Gaza, more than 10,000 children were killed. The true number is likely much higher, but mentions of child deaths and related terms were 33.4% higher for Ukraine than for Gaza. During this time frame, CNN mentioned child victims of the war 2,446 times for Ukraine versus 2,110 times for Gaza, and MSNBC mentioned child victims of the Ukraine war 1,775 times versus 1,522 times for Gaza. This means that for each child death from Ukraine, children receive the equivalent of 16.1 mentions on air, whereas children in Gaza receive the equivalent of 0.36 mentions. MSNBC did not run a single segment in the first 100 days that focused specifically and exclusively on the plight of children in Gaza. MSNBC ran over a dozen segments focusing specifically on the plight of Ukrainian children during the first 100 days of that conflict. Emotive language was barely ever used to describe the killing of Palestinians. This comes despite the vastly higher death toll over the same period. On CNN and MSNBC, the words war crime and genocide were mentioned 17 times more in the context of Ukraine than in the context of Gaza. Ukrainian victims were labeled as subject to war crimes or genocide 1,790 times compared to just 104 mentions for Palestinians. And we still see this now, obviously. During the hostage exchanges as a result of the latest so-called ceasefire, for example, you may notice that Palestinians detained without charges in Israeli jails, of which there are thousands, they are referred to as prisoners, whereas the IDF soldiers, that is, actual militants that were captured by Hamas on October 7th, are referred to as hostages. One of the greatest tweets of all time that I've ever seen described the capture of an IDF terrorist during October 7th as him being kidnapped from a tank. Kidnapped from a tank.
Oh.
Kidnapped from a tank.
That, yeah, just kidnapped from the tank.
Condition of these IDF quote-unquote hostages, rarely making mention of Israel's contribution to their condition, like how they starve out the population of Gaza, which obviously affects all of the people in Gaza, including the Israeli hostages in Gaza, or the fact that they rain airstrikes on them all day every 16 months straight. Is that good for your health? Is that healthy? The same cannot be said of
It was a lifestyle choice.
Despite emerging from these Israeli jails with
I mean, yeah, it was a lifestyle choice. Unfortunately, the lifestyle choice was the genocide of Palestinians.
The assumption is just granted. It's relied on that they're terrorists, criminals, and whatever else. So whatever happens to them, that's just what happens in jail. The Western media lies in other subtle ways, like burying the lead in stories and deceptively framing headlines. This is especially apparent in coverage of things like ceasefire negotiations. These outlets have consistently framed the lack of agreement to terms as being Hamas's fault, that they won't agree to Israel's terms, but they interestingly decide to use only one definition of the ceasefire agreement, which is Israel's definition, that being one which is only temporary, with no guarantees that the genocide will end after these temporary pauses. They're not really ceasefires, but in order to frame Hamas as disagreeing with them, that's what they have to call them. The ceasefire that ended up being agreed upon in January was the exact same ceasefire that Hamas had agreed to over 6 months prior. Israel continually sabotaged these negotiations, but if you read any of these mainstream outlets, you wouldn't know that, not until the very end of these articles, at least. The latest reporting on these negotiations continued this trend of misleading coverage, such as this story from early February. The majority of the article, headline included, frames Hamas as the instigator to a potential ceasefire failure. However, both independent observers and Israeli officials themselves acknowledged that it was actually Israel who had already broken the terms of the ceasefire agreement immediately after it was implemented. To anyone with a brain and eyes, this would be apparent given the evidence we have of these violations, but because these outlets didn't show their readers that, and also prioritize the input of party committing genocide, this citation here is crucial for its readers. They need to see this to understand what's happening. But the New York Times waited to mention it until 9 paragraphs in, like basically the end of the article. This is a textbook example of bearing the lead.
I have
but it's
80
also
thieving.
goes
I can
beyond
do
that.
it.
It's just a lie, right? The entire article is framed in precisely the opposite way of what this confirmed fact revealed. If the Times weren't running cover for a genocide, the headline of this article would read, "Israel violates ceasefire, confirmed by Israeli officials." Probably the most insane example of this sort of thing is the following headline, once again from the New York Times. Lebanon ceasefire appears
Hey,
to
what's up,
hold
Sky?
despite Israeli strike. If Israel struck, they violated the ceasefire. The ceasefire did not hold. Israel violated it. It's just absurd. The genocide is referred to almost exclusively as the Israel-Hamas war. Like the Nazi Holocaust, Israel's genocide in Gaza has been conducted under the pretext of war, but the genocide aspect,
You're here?
which there is
Well, it's good to have you.
broad consensus has taken place, is omitted from this framing. Every single article that mentions this so-called war should be immediately citing the expert consensus that it really is not just a war, that it's a genocide. That doesn't happen, though. Trump recently made a number of statements explicitly supporting U.S. assistance to the ethnic cleansing of Gaza.
I'm doing well.
Land development by U.S. companies. Coverage from right-wing outlets, such as Red State, frames the comments as explicitly positive. Trump and Netanyahu unveiling a bold plan for Gaza and peace. On Ground News, this outlet has a low factuality tag, which means that they often omit key details. Some liberal to left-leaning outlets like New York
I'm sorry,
Magazine,
Unicorn.
with a high factuality label indicating they typically rely on well-researched reporting, did explicitly call Trump's proposed plan a case of ethnic cleansing. Other left-leaning outlets centered the extreme nature of his language in the headlines, such as The Intercept, with an article titled "Trump, the U.S.
Oh,
will take
fun.
over the Gaza Strip," or the proposed plan's effect on Palestinians, like Middle East Eye, with their article headlined "We'll Own It. Trump wants to make Gaza a holiday hub without Palestinians." Ground News is an app and website that lets you compare media coverage across political biases while calculating each source's reliability so you can see how framing shapes public perception from sources around the world. Without understanding the different biases behind the news you read, you might not realize how skewed the narrative is. Unlike other platforms,
The way he
Ground
just
News
says
is
anything.
and nonpartisan, so they have no stake in promoting any agenda, just the facts.
What do you
and how
mean?
those facts are presented. It's not always about how a story is spun, but equally important, as we've seen, is the information that
Oh,
these
yeah,
platforms
for
choose
sure.
to leave out. Liberal outrage over this story has been almost
He just
entirely
says what the
focused
fuck ever
on
he
Trump's
wants.
comments, but ignores the bigger picture, the fact that it was the Biden administration who made this ethnic cleansing plan possible by facilitating the total annihilation of Gaza, and that it was the Biden administration that proposed this ethnic cleansing plan in the first place. And yet, there's only one source that leads with this crucial piece of context. When Israelis and top Israeli officials participated in the right to rape protests we talked about earlier, protesting the Israeli right to rape and murder Palestinian hostages, these events were summarized by the New York Times as unrest. They were framed around the protest's effect on the party that was doing the protest, that is, again, the right to rape protest, and not on the fact that Israeli guards raped a Palestinian hostage, it was captured on video, and that the case was clear-cut enough that they actually called for an investigation for once, unlike 99% of previous cases of the IDF abusing, raping, torturing, and murdering Palestinians. In this article, the guards' actions against the Palestinian hostage are described vaguely and passively as just abuse, and it is not revealed until the very end of the article that the abuse took the form of the guards raping the man with an object. The follow-up story on the prosecution prosecution of these soldiers uses this same disgusting framing. Rape with an object is whitewashed in the headline and most of the article as simply just being abuse. This is yet another case of the framing of false neutrality, as this quote-unquote divide between the Israeli right and the Israeli left in this article doesn't actually exist. In reality, all that divide means is that the Israeli right are pro-rape and murder of Palestinian detainees, and the Israeli left thinks it makes their country look bad. There's no real debate going on here. A personal favorite of mine for its sheer absurdity was an article from the New York Times called
Yeah.
"It Can Be Lonely
Yeah.
to Have Middle-of-the-Road Opinions on the Middle East," which focused on college students that were seeking space for nuanced perspectives on the Israel-Hamas war. The perspective presented in this article is one-sided. They talk about extremism in student movements, but the only example they give for this point is that of the extremist Palestinian activists. The New York Times calls it a war with no reference to the numerous credible allegations of genocide. It's harder to justify having a conversation about nuanced opinions of genocide, so they just call it a war. There's no nuance in genocide. There's nothing progressive about genocide. This tendency to falsely frame a genocide with neutrality will often slip into outright endorsement. Recall Israel's pager terrorist attack in Lebanon when they detonated over 1,000 pagers rigged with explosive. This was a widespread mass terrorist attack that indiscriminately targeted civilians and left hundreds dead and permanently injured and disfigured, including a number of children.
أول شيء أنا كنت إنه قاعد عم بلعب على التليفون وهي إنه فجرت الساعة 3 إنه قبل ما أنا أحملها عم بلعب على التليفون هيك صارت ترن رنة غريبة أنا إنه قمت حملتها حطيت لي ايرور وسهم إنه عشان أكبس أوكي والضوء صار يغبش على الآخر يعني عشان نقربها على عيوننا أنا قربت عشان شوف شو فيه بس فقعت ما عرفت شي.
Among those murdered was Fatima Abdullah, a 9-year-old girl. At her funeral, as well as other funerals with large crowds of people, Israel detonated more of these explosives.
Jesus fucking Christ. What the fucking... Are you serious?
Despite this being a child-killing and maiming indiscriminate terrorist attack in violation of international law, in Western liberal media it was presented as a cool James Bond-style operation. It was described using words like ambitious, sophisticated, and daring.
The Israeli spy agency Mossad launched one of the most daring and sophisticated deceptions in the history of counterintelligence.
An extraordinary act of espionage, an example of Israel's technological prowess. According to the New York Times, the attack restored the aura of Israel's intelligence agencies. Before covering the attack, these outlets always, of course, make sure to mention Hezbollah's U.S. designation as a terrorist organization. Don't worry, guys, they were just terrorists, nothing to see here. We got the bad guys. They were bad, we are good, mission accomplished. And of course, as we've touched on a couple times, lying by omission. That's another thing. With every previous example, you see it. The Israeli hostages receive wall-to-wall coverage with no mention of the fact that the majority of the deaths of these hostages were a product of the Israeli military through airstrikes or firing
Where does it
on
want me to
hostages
go?
while they were waving white flags, or that on October 7th, Israel issued the
On the
Hannibal
well?
Directive, killing likely many hundreds of its own civilians as a matter of official policy. One of the really effective propaganda strategies that results from these lies by omissions comes in the
down
case
here.
of
Okay.
genocide allegations. Western outlets rarely, if ever, actually mention the numerous allegations of genocide levied against Israel. The few times that they do, they're often brief, unspecific, and accompanied with equivocation or lengthy citations of Israel's defense against the allegations. When the New York Times covered the Amnesty International genocide report, the subheading immediately backtracks into running cover for Israel. Israel rejected the charge, the first of its kind by a major human rights organization, saying it was based on lies. The Times went on to spend more of the article sharing the IDF's defense against the allegations than any of the findings from the actual report. Amnesty International gave us 300 pages of facts about genocide. Israel says that they're just lies. I guess we'll never know what happened here. That's not journalism, that's propaganda.
Jesus
When
Christ.
Human Rights Watch released their report accusing Israel of committing crimes against humanity and genocide through its deliberate deprivation of access to clean
Hundreds
drinking
and
water,
hundreds
readers
of
the New York
pages.
Times wouldn't have heard about that because the New York Times just didn't report it. That's one of the top human rights organizations in the world, accusing the #1 ally of the most powerful country in the world of the crime of all crimes. And they just forgot? No, they didn't forget. The editorial staff at the New York Times knows that they've helped this. They know that they are complicit in this. So any chance they get to just sort of forget to mention something as consequential as a genocide allegation from the leading human rights group in the world, they'll do it. Of course they will. This tracks with the BBC's repeated genocide denial, evident in repeated instances of reporters condemning or correcting guests for using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in Gaza.
Israel would deny that a genocide is taking place, saying that it is defending its right to exist. Its very existence, indeed, they would say, is under threat. So there are obviously two sides to this.
This whole issue of right of self-defense has allowed Israel to inflict the mass murder and mass destruction, what the ICJ now describe as plausible genocide. This
Can I
is
just
not,
say,
this is not an act of
you know what I'm going to
yeah.
have to say. I'm going to say Israel denies that. They say that
I
they
don't care
were
if they
the
deny
source
it.
of Hamas terrorists.
Cowards, 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 cowards.
This is a genocide happening in front of our eyes.
We have, that word is, as you know, incredibly emotive, and the Israelis, as you know, will be saying that they are targeting Hamas only, that they don't target civilians.
Not the truth, unfortunately.
Planned, military incursions.
Yes, but this is not the truth.
Yes, civilians are dying.
Civilians are dying, and the way that the bombs are getting dropped, I don't believe are in a targeted
Oh,
way.
thank you for food. They gave me pizza. Thanks, dwarves. I'm sorry I had to kill some of you.
All 5 houses around him got blown up. They estimate 100 people were killed in them. Yesterday, his house was the last one remaining in the neighborhood. They leveled an entire neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
You,
and I do need to make that qualification, of course, that that it is always denied by the Israelis that genocide is taking place. They say these are strategic planned strikes in Gaza and that they are targeting the militant group Hamas.
But I'm here to let the world know that that's not the case.
Kareem, you've been able to have your say. This is what the Israelis will always say in response to that.
This effort to whitewash and run cover for the genocide has been intentional, of course, and we have the proof. It's been confirmed with direct evidence and testimony, with internal newsroom memos from not only the BBC, but the New York Times as well. And the last thing to talk about is just atrocity propaganda. One of the primary justifications for the genocide in Gaza is that members of Hamas are not just militants, but that they are monsters, pure evil motivated by nothing more than the sadistic hatred of Jews. This narrative has been fueled by stories of horrors that supposedly took place on October 7th. Hamas burned babies in ovens.
They burned babies alive?
They put children and burned them to death.
They cut the breasts off of women.
400 women shot in the genitals, their breasts cut off as terrorists played with their bloody breasts like a football.
They cut off the breasts of women and throw them around.
They beheaded 40 babies.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
They behead children.
They
hope that we don't run into any major agility obstacles that are terrible.
Mass rape.
There is no justification for collective rape.
What happened on October 7th was
Oh, so there's no justification?
planned rape and genital mutilation.
So there's no justification for that, you're saying?
Complete fabrications, full stop. No credible evidence has been
That's
provided for
crazy.
any of them. Many were shown
It's crazy
to
how
be
there's no
completely
justification when it's other
Despite
people.
This, they were spread far and wide and ultimately used as rhetorical justification to continue the genocidal onslaught in Gaza. The first major place this narrative broke was Screams Without Words, a front-page New York Times story in late December of 2023. This story came as Israel's actions in Gaza were starting to receive widespread condemnation from the international community. The story was thoroughly debunked. The person who wrote it discredited as being a genocidal Zionist with no history of reporting and self-admitting that the New York Times pushed for this story to come to the public despite the lack of credible evidence. The New York Times podcast, The Daily, shelved the episode due to a lack of credible evidence. But the New York Times never retracted the story, which is because they had no real pressure to do so. The false narrative had already prevailed, and that narrative was consistent with the status quo of the American empire, for whom they are running cover. In July of last year, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu repeated some of these lies in front of Congress. He received a standing ovation. 3 weeks later, the White House approved a $20 billion military aid package to Israel. They explicitly cited Netanyahu's visit as one of their motivations for doing so. Atrocity propaganda has consequences. So with that context out of the way about the Gaza genocide and its support from the West and within Israel, the broader media system that allowed it to happen, let's now return to Ethan's video. In the Content Nuke, you can find just about every type of what we just looked at in terms of manufacturing consent. Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. He shares the Hamas mass rape hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western media, the US government, and the Israeli government to justify a genocide. He cites the same sources that these parties cite when they go on stage to legitimize more military killing machinery shipments to Israel.
And October 7, last year, Hamas committed horrific acts of sexual violence.
Oh, yeah.
Cheryl, I thank you for all your work to bring to light the horrors of this issue and for your film. about what happened on October 7.
In his video, Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, or the Houthis, in order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel's genocide. He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis. He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery, when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover. He spreads long debunked Nakba denialist talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine. Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly, such as the UN report he claims proves the Hamas mass rapes allegation.
There's a UN report that concludes it happened,
which the report itself denies. He spends 20 minutes in the video smearing a 19-year-old survivor of the US-backed Saudi genocide in Yemen as a terrorist with zero credible evidence. He makes a number of transparently false anti-Semitism accusations, like his claim that Israel's ban on new account signups from Israel was anti-Semitic.
Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened.
In reality, the ban also affected millions of non-Jews living in Israel and Palestinians in Palestine, as shown in the evidence he himself cites. The IP ban went into effect in both. Like all these Western liberal outlets, Ethan just takes the State Department line of thinking when it comes to terrorism, which his video is ostensibly a crusade against. By his own definition of terrorism, both the US and Israel are the largest terrorist organizations in the world, given their history of killing millions of innocent civilians across the globe. His focus is not on them, though, rather the groups that they consider to be terrorists, aka, the bad guys. He actually uses those exact words. He says they're the bad guys.
They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU. These guys are clearly the bad guys.
The entire video is kind of a lie by omission, simply because of everything we just went over. How none of it is a factor, how none of the people viewing the video that are unfamiliar with what's happening would ever come away with his video knowing the full picture, knowing some of the very valid reasons why someone like Hassan might be critical of Israeli atrocity propaganda, or might support groups like the Houthis for their heroic actions in the Red Sea against a genocidal regime. The biggest issue, I think, is that Ethan manages to do all of this while still calling himself a stalwart ally to the Palestinians.
And I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
This is what makes liberal Zionism so insidious. He is using humanistic appeals to things like peace and safety, but doing so in a way that distracts from the actual source of the problem. The problem is Zionism and the genocidal Israeli state. That is what's causing these problems. And people that might otherwise be able to understand if presented with the facts of the situation are simply led astray by people like Ethan, where a more right-wing Zionist might put off the average liberal with extremist claims and overtly genocidal language. A liberal Zionist draws you in with the facade of empathy. He wants to appear empathetic, as if he cares for these people, as if he doesn't ascribe to a genocidal ideology. So, in order to do that, he has to lie, and roping in otherwise progressive people into a death cult. Aside from this video being a nonsensical genocidal propaganda piece, it's also entirely unoriginal. It is a culmination of a months-long campaign against Hassan and all these other creators and Twitch, the company, to smear them as terrorists and anti-Semites and get people, in trouble. The campaign began as a response to the suspension of the Asmongold. Asmongold made some comments that explicitly justified Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza.
That actually saves me time.
When people who have genocide that's based
That was awesome. Wait.
are getting genocided. They come from an inferior culture. I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
Following his suspension,
Optimal failure. I didn't screw up once until it was optimal.
Along with his fan base, rushed to Asmongold's defense, whitewashing and justifying his comments.
Meanwhile, Asmongold gets a 15-day ban for having a spicy take on the war.
You have someone like Asmongold who
Skill.
reads the
You
wrong
know it
direction,
is.
says the wrong thing, and instantly gets banned.
In this situation,
I'll only always have to be the funniest itis, according to June.
in the Islamic religion, extremists in the Islamic religion.
The case of Asmongold's suspension from Twitch was then weaponized against these pro-Palestine voices, most notably Hassan, in an effort to get him deplatformed. To do this, they compiled a number of short clips taken from Hassan's live streams, using them to accuse Hassan of things like supporting and promoting terrorism, allegedly denying October 7th sexual violence, and making anti-Semitic statements. Each one of the clips and their associated accusations can be traced back to prominent posts on Destiny's
Now I have to
subreddit.
kill a
Some of the
spider.
clips were sourced from
I think
videos
I can
that
save
criticized
spot the
Hassan
spider.
well over a year ago. These clips were initially hosted on a website created by a member of the campaign called HamasPiker.com. Soon after, another website was created, DanClancySucks.com, a reference to the CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy. Another goal of this campaign was to get him fired from the company. This site also hosts all of these clips with their associated allegations: anti-Semitism, terrorist promotion, and rape denial. Eventually, several major YouTubers in the usually apolitical commentary sphere made videos that signal boosted these allegations to millions of viewers. Most of these videos used the same clips, many of them directly citing this smear campaign's website.
Now, there's a website known as DanClancySucks.com.
Or there's also a website that's been created called DanClancySucks.com that goes over it all.
Another website, Advertise on Twitch, shows a collection of ads playing before the dishonestly framed clips we've looked at, and the contact information of the companies is provided. It auto-loads a preset email with just one click, allowing participants in the campaign to mass spam these companies with the related smears. There were several motivations behind this campaign. There were direct material incentives. On YouTube for the past few years, there's a big industry that's exploded in popularity, and it's based on a simple concept: Hassan Piker is bad, and he's dumb, and bad and a terrorist, probably. We can call this the Hassanabi Dunk Video Industrial Complex.
There we go.
It's common for YouTubers during low view months to join in on the fun and make these types of videos, taking short clips from Hassan's thousands of hours of live streaming to misrepresent what he's saying, usually parroting the exact same talking points they're getting from the same YouTubers.
Look how good I
from
am.
The same community. They're watching each other's videos and making each other's videos. It's kind of like a perpetual cycle of dumb guy slop. It's interesting to see YouTubers that typically cover TikTok drama and gaming content randomly giving their opinions on genocide and geopolitics, but that's the result of such an ecosystem. It's not about the politics, it's about making money by attacking a guy they don't like. Because the guy in question happens to be a political content creator, they have to try to do politics. It's really funny to watch, honestly. It's also wild because the political content creator in question is an anti-genocide content creator, and the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him and his arguments, de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide side. Anti-genocide is pro-genocide. It's quite the precarious predicament they've placed themselves in. Do they realize it? No. Do they care? Probably not. But that's what's happening. That's what they're doing. The
I'm gonna go
success of
search a
Ethan's video,
cage.
which garnered over 3 million views in its first month, is a testament to the algorithmic viability of Hassan Bad content. Get in front of a politically illiterate American audience and call a pro-Palestine influencer a terrorist.
Promoting hateful terrorist music videos.
Terrorist propaganda videos.
Terrorist propaganda video.
Collect big fat AdSense check. That's how it goes. And Ethan knew it would do well too, and made sure to get a sponsor for the video.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video.
Jesus.
A VPN company that happens to be owned by an Israeli billionaire with a history of funding and supporting the IDF. He's not a Zionist though, apparently. Apparently he's not a Zionist, and he's pro-Palestine.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
A few years ago, Destiny was banned from Twitch. Since then, he has repeatedly attempted to be reinstated on the platform.
I have to
and the
kill a
latest
disciple of
attempt using
Iban.
The campaign was probably the closest he's ever been in terms of putting pressure on the platform.
We're tired of your site changing the rules every week. Nobody knows what's going on. Get your shit together, unban Destiny, and fucking make a site that people actually want to go to.
Dedicated the last 2 weeks of my life basically to Steve's cause.
You're talking about the Twitch thing?
Yeah, destroying Twitch.
Some of the motivations for the campaign are political in nature, though, obviously. Hassan Piker is one of the most prominent pro-Palestine voices on YouTube, and this campaign has been orchestrated by Zionists. The website that started this campaign,
Oh, motherfucker.
doubled as a donation page for a prominent Zionist organization.
I deserve
Since
that.
learning about the existence of Israel on October 7th of 2023, Destiny has positioned himself as its #1 cheerleader, showing up to debates to defend the genocidal apartheid state using Zionist talking points and denying that a genocide is taking place. On the Lex Friedman Israel-Palestine debate, Destiny justified Israel's slaughter of 4 Palestinian children in the Gaza beach bombings using talking points plucked directly from IDF spokespeople.
Those kids weren't just on the beach as is often stated in articles. Those kids were literally literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did. You can Google it. You can Google it.
With all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
I left Finkelstein's.
Oh, that's such a fucking lion.
100% correct. The events of that day were witnessed
You're
by
such a
dozens of
fantastic
witnesses.
moron.
Dispute as to what happened, except from, of course, the party that slaughtered the children, which is Israel, and in turn, its propagandists. Like
All right, there we go.
A group of boys, cousins, playing on the beach. Now we're running for their lives. Until seconds later, another shell hit. Israel claimed it was firing on Hamas militants at the port, but the dead were 4 young boys.
He's also explicitly called for the genocide of Palestinians.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just draw its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but that's about where I'm at.
It's this guy and his community who are the source for every one of the arguments that Ethan makes in his video. Do stalwart advocates for Palestinians normally collaborate with advocates for Palestinian genocide? No, they do not, in my opinion. Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, the other main driver behind this campaign and the one spearheading the creation of these smear websites, is also a Zionist. Saltman promoted pro-Israel organizations like the ADL.
Come on, there we go.
Zionist politicians like Richie Torres.
All right, only a couple of failures.
He consistently weaponizes Zionist talking points, like asserting that any reference to Zionism is actually just coded anti-Semitic language. The implication there being, of course, that criticizing Israel and Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. That's a very common Zionist tactic. It's like the Zionist tactic, in the West at least. Perhaps the most significant motivation, though, and indicative of the sort of unserious nature of this campaign, is just spite. These people all seem to have deep personal vendettas against Hasan and these other creators that should give one pause when considering the seriousness of the campaign that they're running.
God, he's so cringe. He's such a cringe loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen.
Jesus Christ.
Volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit.
Destiny's such a huge piece of shit.
Almost 5 years just obsessively talked about Hasan on his channel. He's made video after video about him. The frequency of these videos increased after Destiny was banned from Twitch. In the span of time since then, he has uploaded almost 80 videos about Hasan out of a total of 450 videos. So that's at least 1/5 of his working life spent talking about Hasan. In contrast, in the span of time, Hasan has uploaded over 1,200
probably
videos.
for the
He's
best.
talked about Destiny a total of 5 times. 5. 4 of them have come in the last few months while covering Destiny's role in this smear campaign and the credible allegations of sex crimes against him. So that's less than 1% of his coverage. This isn't an internet beef. Hasan has a stalker. With Ethan, I feel like I can kind of spot the moment that he started going into this direction, which was the moment that people started calling him racist for saying racist stuff. It was one of the made where he compared Jewish Voice for Peace anti-Zionist
no, I mean, I would
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos. That's.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices it's not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
The chat started calling him a Zionist freak because that's a Zionist freak thing to say. And then since then,
Jesus.
he's sort of constructed an entire mind prison around the idea that he's not racist and anyone calling him racist is actually the real racists. And because Hasan's community is politically oriented and is able to spot the racist rhetoric in question, that means they're all extremists and Hasan is leading them, so he's an extremist. And that Hasan and them are all the problem, and that he's a perfect angel, which is the direction he's taken, it seems like.
My only crime is wanting a 2-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist.
And now he's just totally gone off the rails. He spends most of his time cowering in fear behind Instagram stories that people can't respond to. Every single one of the uploads on his personal YouTube channel in the last number of months have been targeted towards Hasan. He spent most of his live podcast talking about Hasan and calling him a terrorist and whatnot.
What is this? Bro, I have not seen a single one of his fucking Instagram stories. I didn't know he was posting about me this much.
Oh, Jesus.
Every day? Every single day? No.
there was that one Instagram story where Ethan Klein was having to evacuate due to the wildfires.
Hooray!
He managed to make
We did
a
it.
post about Hassan and about how Hassan probably thinks it's awesome that his house might burn down while his family is in the background trying to evacuate the wildfires. Just wild. Ethan Klein has repeatedly denied any association with this campaign and Destiny or his community. That may have something to do with the recent credible allegations that Destiny is a sex criminal, but this is false. Ethan has been caught on his live podcast browsing the Destiny subreddit for arguments to use to attack Hassan. Leaked Discord logs show Dan Saltman admitting to exchanging emails with Ethan and the H3 team personally during the campaign. And even if there wasn't evidence of direct communication, the far more important connection is that Ethan is saying the exact same thing.
Always nice to see you too.
Context clips that everyone else
Underground pass complete. Holy shit, we got
It's been a
there.
group effort. That's just what it is. So just a few final thoughts here.
Could have been
Zionism
way
is
worse.
Nazism. It's an ethnic supremacist, expansionist, colonial ideology. You can't have Zionism without genocide and ethnic cleansing. That's the end goal of the project. It's what it is. Palestinians are there, and for the Zionist project to be complete, they have to go. Starve them out, bomb them, destroy everything they need to live. Those are the methods. Those are what they're employing as we speak. And like Nazism, Zionism cannot be defeated through reform or debate. It must be destroyed from the outside through efforts made by the Palestinian people, the Palestinian resistance, coalitions of allies.
I go to the
History has
dark
shown all of
mage.
these kinds of racist ideologies as possible. But Zionists cannot be a part of this process. They're Zionists. They uphold Zionism by spreading Zionist propaganda and spending all their time and effort attacking anti-Zionists, even as those anti-Zionists are actively fighting against a genocide.
And then we're gonna
that Zionism
use
is the ideological pretext for. In the case of liberal Zionists like
this
Ethan Klein, using his
Iban staff. We're gonna upgrade it and then use this Iban staff to kill
that he adheres to. It's a great use of time, I think. And Bad Empanada has done a fantastic job with that. His videos have reached
Killed
wide
blue
audiences and
dragons.
exposed them to the reality and history of the genocidal Zionist project. That's a really good thing. That's a really important thing that he's doing, and I think many of you can probably also help out with that. Most of you have smartphones and cameras and TikTok, so go ahead. Start posting about it. Spread the word. Aside from being a morally good thing to do, it's also becoming sustainable. It's algorithmically viable. The Ethan Klein crash
So we're not gonna-
industrial complex is booming, and we can harness it as a propaganda machine to expose Zionism. For
Okay,
the genocidal
I see what's going
ideology
on.
That it is. You may have the feeling, as I often have.
So the plan is we're gonna.
back upon these times and those who supported the Gaza genocide.
I'm gonna pause real quick. The plan right now that we've beaten Underground Pass is calculate how many bones that I need, dragon bones I need to use in the Ectofuntus to get 43 prayer exactly. Actually, why don't I just get 90? Let's just say 100. 100 bones. Upgrade my Staff of Iban. Yes. Thanks. Iban's Blast. All right. Go buy some runes. We are so back. Okay. That's why we got so many death runes. Understood. Been lurking. Well, thanks for lurking. Part 2 Noah time? Almost.
With shame and horror. The only problem with that is that these people feel no shame. They're here to make money and to convince themselves that they aren't evil. And the way they do that is by lying, by spreading liberal Zionist propaganda. It's profitable and it's easy and it's acceptable. You're allowed to say that you think all Palestinians should die.
I'm pro-genocide.
And still get invited to Jubilee as the resident liberal. You're allowed to do it and run your quirky, epic, silly podcast and make hundreds of thousands of dollars doing that because the Western media ecosystem encourages it. There will be no justice for the Palestinian people if all we do is watch content about what's happening. Consumption is not politics. There will be no justice for the victims of this genocide unless we all actively fight for it. From the position that most of the viewers of this video have, that's by using the resources and time to continue to speak out, preserve the record of what's actually happened in Gaza, name the perpetrators, and highlight and boost the voices that understand these facts more than anyone in the world, that is, the Palestinian people. Don't stop sharing their stories or contributing to direct aid. I'll leave a document below with some Palestinian voices and outlets that you should follow and campaigns to contribute to. In If I Must Die,
Dragonfire
Al-Arir tells the
Shield.
story of Yasser Ashur, a young Palestinian survivor of Operation Cast Lead, Israel's late 2008 onslaught in Gaza. During Cast Lead, Israel bombed a UN school, which was also designated a safe zone, killing 44 civilians. Ashur was 14 at the time of the attack, and Israel killed 5 of his classmates and friends. Ever since the massacre, Ashur has tried to honor the memories of his classmates by exposing Israeli crimes. I run a few Twitter accounts with tens of thousands of followers. He said, "The battle for justice for Palestine over social media is crucial, and we have to win it. We don't have Israel's billions, but we have the power of the truth." And that's what we have. We have the truth. October 7th,
5-ish volume.
off the genocidal Israeli project.
Sounds good.
October 7th is the
Like
reason
there?
you're here watching this video today. Israel's response to it has radicalized a generation of people by exposing the Israeli state and its backers in the West for what they are: depraved, ethnic supremacist, genocidal
go
lunatics.
to-
That's the truth. We have all these tools to speak the
get
truth, and now's
to
the time to do that.
food,
So just do it. I don't know. Don't stop fighting for it. Free Palestine.
Alright, let's watch the second half.
Since I released my video, the YouTubers who backed a genocide...
Everything is very
have seen
normal.
Developments. Ethan Klein responded to the video with an Instagram story shortly after its release, where he wrote, "God, these bread tubers are such pathetic fucking rats. When the fuck did I ever support a genocide? I criticize your idol Hassan, and you all resort to straight-up character assassination and horrific lies. A campaign which resulted in the CPS call and harassment like I've never experienced in my 15 years on YouTube. Fuck you and fuck your movement. Socialism deserves better representatives." Soon after this post, Ethan brought my video up during his live show where he threatened to sue me.
So this fucking little scumbag here who put me and Mudahar,
Yeah, he
Khan,
looks
and
he looks
Destiny
great in this. Yeah, he looks like he's
the YouTubers who backed the genocide.
he's like really fucking
living
stressed.
in this world where these little fucking punk ass scumbags can just say this shit and get away with it. Like accusing people, usually defamation can be all different types of things. Someone supporting genocide, we throw this term around a lot.
Totally.
That's one of the most.
What's the easiest way I can get here?
Say something more
Falador?
fucked up about somebody.
Probably.
Yeah, sounds pretty
Yeah.
defamatory. And again, I'm not taking any prisoners. If my attorney thinks there's anything in here, if he thinks that there's like a decent shot of defamation, I'm suing this fucking piece of shit, this little scumbag.
So he is threatening to sue me for defamation on the grounds that accusing someone of supporting genocide is messed up. I can think of something even more messed up than accusing someone of supporting genocide, which is, actually supporting genocide. I can't imagine that it's pleasant to be confronted with the idea that you might be supporting a genocide, so the instinct here to deflect and deny without even offering any sort of actual defense against the points is an entirely predictable response. This is how the liberal media class will operate in the coming decades when it's time to answer for their crimes of manufacturing consent for a genocide. They will simply say, "No, I didn't." If they say anything at all, most of them won't. It's happened throughout history. It happened with the Vietnam War. It happened with the invasion of Iraq. and it'll happen again with Gaza. What makes Gaza a bit
Literally,
different, though,
yeah.
is that unlike prior US-backed atrocities abroad, we all know what's been happening there the entire time. Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza has been called the first ever live-streamed genocide because we've seen the entire thing as it's happened with high-definition cell phone video. The mass destruction, the ruthless attacks on the healthcare system, the deliberate targeting of men, women, children, medics, aid workers, the intentional starvation used by Israel as a weapon of war, and then the massacres that followed that starvation when Palestinians crowded around aid trucks trying to get what little food Israel was allowing into the strip, the 20,000 slain children, many of them slaughtered with their entire families, the IDF terrorists recording and posting their war crimes, acts of humiliation, degradation, their torture and rape of Palestinians, the full support of Israel throughout all of these atrocities, the vile, dehumanizing racism that is required to uphold a project like this.
I just think we need to kill them, every one of them, and that's it.
Jesus
And
Christ.
it's not that because the country will not let that happen, the government. Just, the least we can do is just kick them out of our land, because this is our home, this is our land, and we deserve it.
What do you think about Palestinians?
That I hate them, and I wish they
Yeah, just say it.
and we kill everyone.
You're gonna kill everyone?
Yes!
You guys are animals. You guys are fucking animal terrorists.
You killed 10,000 kids.
10,000 terrorists that would grow up to be the next. 10,000 kids that would grow up to be the next terrorists. That's what it is.
Really?
Because it's Palestine.
But I'm Palestinian. Does that mean I'm a
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm a
Mm-hmm.
Do you want Palestinians in Gaza to die?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Oh my god. We've seen all of this, which is why the whole no I didn't defense doesn't hold up because, you know,
They
yes, you
just
did.
have
We
to
you
be
on video
educated
during
like
this
this
genocide
from
that
such an
everyone
early
saw
age.
spreading
That's so
propaganda that's
insane.
been used to justify
Like, people aren't
genocide.
naturally that
so
cruel.
Vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect.
My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. And these monsters, they rape women, they burnt babies alive. Many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers.
The Gazan Health Ministry, which, by the way, Gaza Health Ministry is run by Hamas, terrorist organization. I think a lot of people are all too happy to not look too deep into these things, but again, Gaza Health Ministry is Hamas. There was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
We have you on video attacking and delegitimizing the only groups in the world militarily resisting that genocide, with arguments plucked directly from the US State Department, the #1 material supporter of the genocide.
Terrorist groups.
We have you on video attacking and delegitimizing the most prominent media figures in the YouTube space who have been advocating against the genocide and breaking down the propaganda used to justify it.
Hassan loves all terrorists.
We have you on video running defense for the primary architects of the genocide.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
He was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
We have you on video attempting to portray the perpetrator of that genocide as some kind of beautiful, free, diverse, democratic state.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be
Yes.
such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super
I might just
racist,
bury
like,
the bones.
crazy, you know,
No.
like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
These people all seem to believe that in order for someone to back a genocide, they need to like look into the camera and say, I support genocide. I think it's good. More of that, please. And while we do have examples of certain parties to the conflict here doing just that, like Destiny and Asmongold,
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just draw its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place.
The most common and effective way to back a genocide doesn't look like that. Mainstream Western outlets don't say those Palestinian kids deserve to be killed. No, they say that some kids died when bombs dropped, that Israel says it was dropping on Hamas, which is a US designated terrorist organization. The mainstream Western media doesn't say that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. They simply quote the death tolls as being reported by the Hamas, aka terrorist-run health ministry, and then report uncritically the IDF saying that most of them are soldiers actually, and soldiers are terrorists by the way, so who's to say what's actually true? The mainstream Western media doesn't say that Yemeni children deserve to die because they're all Houthi terrorists. They simply cite the Houthi-run health ministry, aka terrorist-run health ministry. So when the US and Saudi Arabia kill those children, it's a sad event and the overall morally righteous fight against terrorists. Terrorism is bad, remember, and terrorists are the bad guys. So if some kids died while they were going after terrorists, you know, I guess that's just war. We saw the same response of "no, I didn't" from Mutahar of the large YouTube channel Some Ordinary Gamers. When Hassan Piker shared my video on his Instagram story, Mutahar responded to this post writing, "I get watching other people's videos is all you're really good at, but try vetting out slander before promoting. I have never defended or backed the Israeli genocide on innocent Gazans, never will I ever." Following this, there was a bit of a back and forth. Hassan responded to Mutahar on Twitter, writing, "In your only video on Gaza, you admit to not knowing about politics, you try to cover Israel-Palestine as drama slop for a centrist audience, you defend Asmongold for his inferior cultures and genocide comment, then attack pro-Palestinian voices." Mutahar wrote back, "Yes, I do admit to not being an expert on the topic. I didn't cover it as a drama since it isn't one. Serious situations with dead people and attacks happening every day. I just don't downplay rapes and sugarcoat violent organizations like you. Also didn't defend Asman in vid." Later, Hassan wrote, "We were a year into the genocide here. This was your only video on the topic. It downplayed and ran defense for Asmongold's takes, while the bulk of your commentary revolved around how evil the pro-Palestinian streamers were from clips you compiled off of Snark Reddits." Mutahar's final response was, "It's almost as if the bulk of the commentary matched what the video was titled and centered about, Twitch allowing violent and unfiltered rhetoric from your camp on its platform. The clips were actually sourced from the creators who streamed them." So what do we make of this exchange? Well, first, Mutahar denied covering the genocide as drama, but that's exactly what he did. He has never once uploaded a video covering this topic except for when that coverage was filtered through a smear campaign that was making the rounds in the commentary community about a content creator they all don't like. You know, Hassan Bad. He denies defending Asmongold in his video, once again making no effort to actually defend himself on that point, but that's also false. Mutahar whitewashed Asmongold's comments further than anyone else, really. He went so far as to change the content of what Asmongold actually said to make it seem like he wasn't talking about Palestinians when he was.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion.
Even Asmongold himself admitted that that's what he said when he apologized. This is why he was banned. Now, whether Mutahar stands by this characterization of Asmongold's genocidal rhetoric or not is a different question, but he did do that, and the record shows this. His video is still uploaded on his channel, you can go watch it. Denying this seems to be just indicative of a lack of reflection on his part. Entirely predictable, but worth noting nonetheless. The "no, I didn't" defense is the expected response from centrists and liberal Zionists alike, but I don't know how well it'll hold up in court. "I didn't back genocide, how could you say that? I just sat silently the entire time it happened, except for the one time I spoke up, which was actually to attack pro-Palestine activists with bad faith smears that originate from a community of openly genocidal Zionists."
I'm pro-genocide. They're terrible people.
Best of luck to you in your legal endeavors should you pursue them. I don't know how well that'll hold up, but have fun, I guess. In his last tweet, Mutahar seems to deny his participation in the smear campaign, writing, "The clips were sourced from the creators who streamed them. This is false. Mutahar did not source these clips from Hassan's stream. He sourced these clips directly from the smear website. He cited the website out loud and said, "Go check it out, guys."
Now, there's a website known as DanClancySucks.com, where it goes through a treasure trove of some of the most popular streamers on the site. One of the most popular political streamer, Hassan Piker.
As we went over, this website is a compilation of out-of-context clips and arguments attacking pro-Palestine creators that openly embraces the support of genocidal Zionist organizations like the ADL and genocidal Zionist politicians like Richie Torres. The community from which all of these allegations originate is that of a content creator who says things like,
he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's gonna happen. We know from this point that's what's gonna happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's gonna happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like,
fatally wounded.
they're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. There's like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots.
Oh, they weren't cowering enough.
Shit. Well, okay.
Okay.
Well, we brought the white flag, so we can put that over the bleeding part, assuming he got shot in it actually, right? And then this guy, what, is this guy running back to grab the wife?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
And then, like, what does this mean? The wife has heard what happened. Like, bro, this is crazy. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
Somebody went back and told her, right? The 5 martyrs that walked forward, you know, your husband was the unlucky guy. He drew the short stick today, so come forward, cry for us on camera. Do you think the guy intentionally wanted to get killed? No, I don't think he wanted to die. I don't think they were thinking they were going to die, but they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed, but I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean,
Literally just the most cruel, horrible person.
These people actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to
What a
imagine
fucking
they'd
guy.
be willing to get shot. However, now I haven't gone down this road because this is way more. It would require me to make a lot more assumptions. But it's also possible he didn't get shot, right? Now, do we know the name of the guy? Is he actually dead? Do we even know if this is his wife?
He is
Either
the
one of those
devil.
questions would be valid. Now, if I was way more on the pro-Zionist side, I would be asking those questions. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. Right? It seems like they don't.
Oh, they didn't show us the corpse.
Why just the white flag? So that
Bro,
it's
that's
bloody,
like, this is what you say if it's a TV show. That's not real life, dude. That's like, that's a literary analysis. I didn't see the corpse. Fuck you.
So Pallywood might be.
Go fuck yourself.
This, right? So the idea is that like 4 innocent civilians are like walking up, and you just want like a clip here of the IDF shooting them for no reason because they're civilians with white flags, and you kind of
Fucking
ignore the fact that,
shithead.
like, okay, well they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like that's like Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action, and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing. It's like a setup. It's not fake, but they're doing it to themselves.
Speaking of that guy,
So
Destiny,
true,
the
so
genocidal
true.
Zionist sex criminal video game streamer, he also had a crack at responding to my video where he made some interesting points. Destiny criticized my characterization of the 2018 Gaza border protests as being overwhelmingly peaceful by citing instances of violent actions that protesters took part in during the 2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful.
Overwhelmingly peaceful. Just as a quick thing, because people love to talk about the Great March of Return, the Peaceful March of Return. All of this is like the Peaceful Great March of Return. Remember this, okay? This is all the Peaceful Great March of Return.
Now, when I used the word overwhelmingly in my video, I used it as the word is meant to be used, which is to mean overwhelmingly, which means what the word means, which is to a very great degree or with a great majority.
Overwhelmingly.
Some instances of violence during these protests do not contradict my use of this word. The protests were overwhelmingly nonviolent, which is exactly what the UN report found.
The protest camps set up along the fence can make you do a double take. In parts, they look like a community festival, a carnival, a fair, like a distant cousin to Burning Man. Women prepare falafel sandwiches, barbers give haircuts and trim beards. Lip syncers and dancers perform in the shade. Actors ham it up playing cruel Israeli soldiers. Families come with their children.
Ultimately, though, regardless of how the protests were characterized overall, the reason I brought them up in my video was as evidence that Israel has a history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. That's what the UN report found. Israeli snipers intentionally targeted medics, journalists, men, women, children, elderly people, and disabled people. Cite whatever instances of property damage, tire burning, flag planting, rock throwing you want. These are irrelevant to the fact that Israel intentionally targeted thousands of civilians with sniper fire. The commission interviewed an international journalist covering the demonstrations at the Malika site who described the scene that day. What was notable was the amount of injured people and the slow, methodical shooting. Every few minutes, you would hear a shot ring out and you would see someone fall, and then another shot and another person fell. It went on for hours. I saw a man who had been shot in the throat. I didn't see it happen, but I saw the immediate aftermath. He was covered in blood. I saw
It
a
is.
man who
These
had
are
been
all
shot in
war
the head. There was
crimes.
a
Like,
constant
that's
stream
what
of
people
bloody
are
bodies
saying, is
being
that they
carried down
are,
towards the
and
ambulances. It was
nothing is
surreal
being
and
done
endless.
about it
became
because
almost
the
normal.
United
It was
States is
happening so
backing them.
often. A shot, a person falling, people carrying the body away. The number of wounded was astonishing. I couldn't say how many people I saw who were shot because it was so high. I have covered wars in Syria, Yemen, Libya, and I've never seen anything
Yeah.
like this. The slow,
But it's
methodical
because the
shooting,
U.S.
it was
won't,
just
and it's the
shocking.
reason the
Presenting
UN
this
won't
fact is
move
only
in
one
and
side
do
of
something
history
is
if you
because the
think
U.S.
intentional
backs
civilian
Israel.
targeting is somehow warranted due to other unrelated instances of violence, which definitionally cannot be true. This is, of course, if we're taking international law into account, but Destiny's a Zionist, so that's not high on his priority list.
I'm pro-genocide.
Destiny has had similar Israel glazing-induced English language difficulties in the past. He had this same response when Norman Finkelstein brought up the 2018 border protests in the Lex Friedman Israel-Palestine debate early last year.
In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. By all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent. Along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers. Correct?
I don't know best trained. They were
But
snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay. All right.
The
Because
editorializing
hey,
support.
laugh. It's hilarious. The story's so funny.
You're lying about
It's
the Great
so
March of Return
funny.
had aspects
Okay.
of violence to it.
Okay.
According, even the UN
Okay,
says it
okay,
themselves.
Okay.
But you only collect what the UN says that you like.
You see, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. You don't
I can read from the
Did you
UN
hear-
website
did
itself.
I
In regards to
say-
the Great March of Return, they
Please
said
stop
Check
it.
from
Which
Magic
idiotic-
Unlocked.
majority of
which
protesters have
idiotic-
acted in a peaceful manner.
No, listen to
During
what he
most
said.
protests,
Did-
dozens have
did you
approached the
just
fence,
agree with me,
attempting to
Mr.
damage it,
said the
burning
wall-
fires,
Did I
throwing
say
stones, and
Yeah,
bombs
absolutely.
towards Israeli forces and
Okay.
flying incendiary
Okay,
kites and balloons
okay.
into Israeli territory. The latter resulted
Yeah,
in
but-
extensive
but you
damage to
don't-
agricultural land and
okay.
nature reserves inside
Okay.
Israel and risked the lives
Yeah,
of Israeli
because
civilians.
Mr. Bar-
Some incidents of
Mr.
shooting and throwing of
Borelli-
explosives
Yeah,
have also
talk
been reported.
fast,
I'm
so
just
people
trying to-
think that you're coherent.
I'm just
Notice Destiny's retort to Norm's description of the protests being overwhelmingly nonviolent is that there were actually aspects of violence. This is not a contradiction. Overwhelmingly means overwhelmingly.
عمري 16 سنة صوبت في يوم الأرض تاريخ 30/3 يوم الجمعة كنت على الحدود الشرقية في رفح كان في آلاف المتظاهرين
Yeah, it's
شباب وفتيات
it's also frustrating because a lot of traditional news outlets aren't covering this or are covering it with a Israeli lens, right? And a lot of the news about this that's being broken by small liberal news outlets or individuals. And those are not, and like all of that is online, and a lot of older people don't trust non-established media still.
وأجوا باقي البنات صاروا يمسكوا إيدينا والشباب صاروا يهتفوا لنا ويشجعونا أكثر مشان نقدم أكثر.
You can see all of the proof, but it's all on the internet, and you can lie on the internet. The news would never lie to me.
تاعي وصرت ألوح فيه فالاحتلال يعني ما عجبه هالمنظر يعني طبعا يعني كنت أنا محروقة يعني من جوا كنت بغلي يعني تعرف شوفي كل الظلم يعني أنت بتعيش كل يوم كنت من الأقلية الموجودين يعني كنا بنعد على أصابعي اللي قدام وأنا قدمت كتير وكنت بعيد عن اليهود أقل إشي 20 متر لما لوحت في العلم سمعت صوت طلع صوبت صدمة يعني كابوس اول ما شالوني وقعت على الارض بعدين شالوني ثاني مره ودوني على الامبلاس كنت يعني بدي انام كنت وجع كتير.
Now you find it so far-fetched. Israelis purposely, deliberately targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly non-violent march. What did the UN investigation find? Brace yourself. You thought it was so funny, the idea of IDF targeting
They
civilians.
refuse to admit they've been fooled. Exactly.
Go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say it found that
targeted
only one or
children,
two of them were
targeted
justified
children,
killings.
Targeted journalists, targeted medics, and here's the funniest one of all. It's so hilarious. They targeted disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by trees.
Zionism's crazy because it kind of backs you into corner of having to defend the indefensible.
Yeah.
And I don't know, if you're as shameless as Destiny is, that's not really an issue.
They're doing it to themselves.
But for most rational
Holy
human
shit,
beings, you
dude.
see someone arguing that and you say, oh, that's an insane person. And that's the high ground we have on Zionism. The more people understand the truth, the less people are going to be publicly willing to defend these crimes. Destiny later nitpicks my comment about the media's use of terrorist designation in articles. Before covering the attack, these outlets always, of course, make sure to mention Hezbollah's U.S. designation as a terrorist organization. Don't worry, guys. They were just terrorists. Nothing to see here. We got the bad guys. They were bad. We are good. Mission accomplished.
Relying on a U.S. terrorist designation is retarded. But you don't need to.
Don't.
Do that. You
Oh
can
my
just
God!
go
Don't
to
say
Hezbollah,
slurs. What the
which
fuck?
is like a paramilitary militant group that's funded by fucking Iran that now has like seats in the fucking Lebanese government that is like hostily taken over the southern part of that country, right? You could just know that. You don't need
Jesus
a U.S.
Christ.
terrorist designation. But we're gonna
What did he
we're gonna
say?
start simping.
He said
for
the
them
R
now, is what
slur.
we're gonna do?
Oh.
Okay.
Even if we're going to explore the reasons why this terrorist designation is to him,
I don't know why
not
people cannot just
illegitimate,
get that
it
one
only
out of their fucking
reinforces the circular
vocabulary.
logic of the terrorist label. You don't have to call them terrorists to know that they are terrorists. Just look at
Wait,
what
people
they
are just
do. They
desperate to
kill
say
civilians.
slurs.
They violently overthrow governments. They take over entire countries. Okay, well, the U.S. does all of those things, but it isn't on the U.S.
They
designated
don't want to let go of the only one they got.
Israel is U.S. backed. The U.S. being, by the criteria we just looked at, a terrorist state. But they're not on the list either. It's almost like these designations are selective and used to reinforce U.S. imperial hegemony. Oh my God, no way. What?
These subhuman, Neanderthal, knuckle-dragging, white dipshits, like Noah too, will sit here and fucking defend Hezbollah, which is what he's doing, as like a legitimate...
Yeah,
government
exactly.
party. Hassan, the terrorist supporter as well.
Well,
who
it's
was also
property
a terrorist
damage is more important.
by his background or the way he looks sometimes, depending on what he's trying to present. Hassan's
Property
also
is
one of the whitest
better
people in
than
the West,
people.
okay?
One of the whitest people in the West. He's one of the whitest people in the West, folks. You've never seen a whiter guy than this Hassan guy. Ultimately, we don't need to take people like Destiny seriously. Zionists criticizing Hezbollah is not doing so in good faith. Obviously, he is a Zionist. He supports the genocidal
Wokeism.
Israeli regime and opposes resistance to it, which is
It's
what
the
Hezbollah is.
wokes.
The group exists as a response to Israel's repeated colonial killing sprees in Lebanon, which are not terrorism, apparently, because Israel's the good guys. So he's not a person we need to take seriously in any of these conversations on what needs to be done. That's the sort of criticism trap here on YouTube. You know, a guy who isn't a part of your movement criticizing your movement. I don't like having to even bring him up. I honestly just like that white boy's clips. I thought it was funny.
One of the whitest people in the West. Subhuman, Neanderthal, knuckle-dragging, white dipshits.
So I'll look at some more of this stuff in future video responses. I'm going to split them up point by point and see if we can dive a little deeper into these topics. I think that has potential to be worth it, but we'll see. Today, though, I want to look at just a few of the common arguments I saw from Ethan Klein, his supporters, and other participants of this campaign. In this Instagram story, Ethan asks the question, when did I ever support a genocide?
When did we ever back a genocide?
I'm sorry.
When? Like, show me.
I have an answer to that. Let's go over it once again. Ethan Klein was the primary signal booster for the smear campaign against pro-Palestine activists that was orchestrated by a group of openly genocidal Zionists during the active genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. Every point raised in his content nuke video was borrowed directly from Destiny and his community regarding Hassan's alleged terrorism support, his alleged anti-Semitism, and his alleged extremist views.
Hassan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media. Okay, fine. He likes Hamas, he watches their propaganda, but he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
Ethan himself, in this very stream, reveals that he is aware of Destiny's comments that openly endorse the genocide of Palestinians.
The only person he's probably not defaming here would be Destiny because of his comment about, he said, I believe in genocide. He said, I think, and during one conversation, like that the Palestinians should just leave. So if you're talking about defamation, that's like an easy.
Like I know that I know that's
out,
probably
right,
a
for
tick that
legally
he's
speaking.
doing,
So
but
that's
it
how you make the
does
back genocide,
it
by
does
functionally
sniff
collaborating
of
with an openly genocidal
dependency,
Zionist who you know is openly genocidal.
which
On a video that
perhaps
reached over 3 million
like I just
people,
the way that
exclusively
he's
using
like he looks
arguments and
wired.
context clips that were
Like I don't know
compiled
if
by the
that's
community of that
I don't know if that's
openly
his, like
genocidal
how he
Zionist. The other
normally
major way
looks,
that
but
he
his
went
eyes
back
are
to
like
genocide
out of his
Palestinians
head.
in
He is
Gaza with this
pissed.
video was by spreading atrocity propaganda
I
narratives
don't watch a
that
lot of
the
Ethan
Israeli
Klein
state,
nowadays.
military,
Maybe he's
and
just like
backers in the West had
turning
used
into an
as
evil
rhetorical
skeleton.
justification,
That's
for their
possible,
genocidal
right?
actions.
Like
This
that
vacuum
would
precedes
explain
Ethan's
the whole
content nuke as
Zionism
he was one of the
thing.
first major content creators to spread
Yeah, he doesn't look great. He
propaganda
looks
and
like
babies
he looks like
They found
he looks like
40 dead fucking babies.
he
at this
needs
kibbutz where,
he needs
like,
another dose of nose
tons of
candy or
people got killed.
something.
Now I don't know if they were beheaded, okay, and some people really care about that detail. So to me, the 40 babies is enough.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
A false claim that he has yet to rescind or apologize for making. In the content nuke, he doubles down with this sort of propagandizing for the state of Israel by spreading the Hamas mass rapes hoax. He cited the documentary from Sheryl Sandberg that relied on testimony made under duress in Israeli detainment centers and unverified claims from witnesses.
Earlier this year, former Facebook executive Sheryl Sandberg produced a documentary.
He does. He does. He looks like he's lost.
And on Capitol.
I mean, fucking, it is his fault. It is his fault that we got Trump. I'm not blaming only him, right? But I'm blaming a lot of him.
The way that Sandberg proved her case, shockingly, was significantly through the use of coerced interrogation videos. The documentary, of course, won praise in the pages of the New York Times and is, to this day, sitting on the White House website. The White House website now says, quote, preventing and responding to conflict-related sexual violence is a top priority for President Biden and Vice President Harris. Since October 7th, President Biden
Mithril
and Vice
Kite
President
Shield,
Harris and their
nice.
entire administration have
That's an
consistently
upgrade.
condemned Hamas' horrific sexual violence. On June 17th, the Vice President hosted an event at the White House which included a panel discussion and remarks by advocates and survivors of CRSV from around the world, and a partial screening of Sheryl Sandberg's documentary, Screams Before Silence, on Hamas's sexual violence on October 7th. Now, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, and Physicians for Human Rights Israel all rejected the use of hostage interrogation videos in the months after October 7th. And most news outlets chose to
2,300
reject their
charges
use as
left.
well, citing the likelihood the confessions were extracted by torture.
Do you think Joe Biden's
Sheryl
administration was a
Sandberg,
part of
the
the
White
Patriots'
House, and
narrative to
Hamas all
put
gone
on a
in
drama
different
for the
directions.
masses,
point about
to
this
talk about
propaganda
elections
claim
and
seems to have
swaying
been
political
misconstrued by
influence?
some
Yes,
viewers
Joe
of my
Biden is
video.
definitely the
claim in question is not that
Patriots.
rapes occurred, rather
If
that
anybody
Hamas
is the
systematically
Patriots, it's Joe
weaponized sexual
Biden,
violence during
for
the attacks.
sure.
This was the claim spread by mainstream news
He's
outlets
actually
like
he's in Raiden's head
by the
right
US
now,
government.
fucking with his
Israeli
brain,
government
telling him that his whole life's a lie. That's him. That's Joe. He does it for fun.
The UN report that was released. and
Sorry,
cited widely
Jack,
by
but
hundreds of
he even
people
says
as evidence
Jack.
that This is true. Says the opposite. The mission team was unable to
Sorry,
establish the
Jack.
prevalence of sexual
I
violence
feel like I'm lost in a
the
grocery
overall
store.
magnitude, scope, and specific attribution of these violations would require a fully fledged investigation. Ethan's citation of the conclusion to this report, point 86, that there are, quote, reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations, does not at all verify the claims made in his video in the central piece of evidence which he cited for it, which was Sheryl Sandberg's propaganda film.
What happened on October 7th was mass, systematic, planned rape and genital mutilation of women.
Nor in all the places that systematic sexual violence was alleged against Hamas, which it was many, many places, mainstream places. This conclusion also does not contradict anything Hassan has ever said about October 7th. In every clip cited in the video, Hassan is talking about the systematic rapes claim.
The systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7th, not a single bit of that has been verified.
The clip that was cited repeatedly
Oh.
by Ethan, what he seemed to think was a smoking gun,
Downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets.
Ethan's presentation of this clip is dishonest, though.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live
Yep.
free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking happened on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Hassan isn't talking about sexual violence in a vacuum. He's talking about it in relationship with something else, in relationship with the struggle for Palestinian liberation. It's like saying that it doesn't matter if rapes occurred during a slave rebellion. That doesn't change the dynamic that slavery should still be abolished, which is an entirely uncontroversial statement if you're against slavery,
Yeah.
of course. Some noted that the UN report called for further investigation into these alleged crimes, and that's true, it did. However, further investigations have been repeatedly denied by only one party, and that party is Israel.
Why not put the responsibility and blame the atrocities quite simply on the perpetrators and say it was Hamas who did it?
When I accepted the invitation from the government of Israel, we had a number of meetings and we discussed the parameters and explained clearly the purpose of the mission, which was only for the purpose of gathering, analyzing, and verifying information.
But still, it is pretty clear who did it after talking to survivors and hostages returned, right? It wasn't the Belgians who did it. Just, I mean, it's pretty clear.
I understand the frustration of the people of Israel. I mean, like, I saw, I was distressed when I came to Israel because I saw a traumatized nation.
That was so nice. Did you see that? I don't know if anyone was able to see that, but I just had a really nice little interaction with a random person.
What's interesting,
He just walked up and he was like, I'm gonna log out, I'm going to bed, have a good night. I hope you have a good night. And then he just like logged out and I was like, yeah, have a good night.
Females freed from Israeli detention said more than 15 fellow
That was sweet.
Palestinian women were raped by Israeli interrogators.
Random person. Thanks Muskox49. Shout out to Muskox49.
Israeli investigators and intelligence officers keep videotapes of raping to blackmail the female detainees. So according to, I guess, this website, this doesn't seem like super credible, at least, or I mean, it might be credible,
you have an issue with CARE or Islam.net or the...
Well, what is this?
The lack of...
I mean, listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused in photographs, she said. But, like, what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah.
Yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What is
CARE is
There's no
the
source. There's like nothing here. Like shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like, it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
On March 13th, the United Nations released a report called More Than a Human Can Bear, which concluded that it's actually Israel who is guilty of this crime, the use of systematic sexual violence, along with various other gender-related crimes like the deliberate targeting of reproductive healthcare facilities and violence against women and girls, all of which amount to crimes against humanity and acts of genocide. This report is absolutely
insane.
Everything that the US government, the State of Israel, the New York Times have ever accused Hamas of doing, Israel is guilty of with actual proof. Despite this, the Western media has been silent. In what little coverage the report is receiving, the findings are being downplayed in a repulsive manner. The New York Times, for example, let's just read how they covered it. The Israel is guilty of genocidal mass rape report. The headline reads, UN accuses Israel of targeting reproductive health facilities in Gaza. A report by a UN committee found that Israel has committed genocidal acts intended to prevent births. Israel quickly rejected the findings as biased. Thanks for the heads up on that. Okay, so no mention in the headline or the subheading of the systematic mass rape and sexual violence campaign by Israeli forces. It just groups those in with the genocidal acts there. And then an immediate citation of Israel's defense. Incredible. Let's read on. A United Nations commission on Thursday accused Israel of targeting hospitals and other health facilities in Gaza that provide reproductive services, including an IVF clinic where thousands of embryos were destroyed in what it called an effort to prevent Palestinian births. The report by the UN Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory called that and other actions that cause harm to women and girls, quote, genocidal acts, and accused Israel of punishing Palestinians collectively for the Hamas-led October 7th, 2023 attack that killed 1,200 people. So that's how the New York Times reports mass rape campaigns from Israel. Other actions. Other actions. Which other actions? Mass rape? Weaponized sexual violence? Credible evidenced allegations this time? No. You'll have to wait a bit to hear about those. First, the IDF is speaking. Israeli officials have long accused the Rights Council of singling Israel out, arguing that UN officials and committees condemn the country with far greater frequency than it does dictatorships like North Korea. In February, Gideon Sa'ar, the Israeli foreign
Probably because
minister,
they're
said
doing
Israel will
more.
stop participating in the council, accusing it of demonizing Israel. The United Nations is Hamas. The United Nations is anti-Semitic. That's what Israel told us, and we're going to tell you what they told us uncritically because the New York Times. The first time the word rape is used in this article isn't until 15 paragraphs in, and then when it's used, it's immediately followed with reporting that the accused were not ultimately indicted for any sexual offense, and that Israel says it doesn't do that actually, and that they follow the rules. I could scream. These people are fucking disgusting.
She was taken to Sderot Iman and she was nude searched over and over again and filmed, and then she was raped twice by Israeli male soldiers, 2 of them at a time, while videotaping her. We have also one testimony of a woman who was also taken. She says she was also raped by an inspection device by a female soldier more than once. They inserted the inspection device in her rectum. We have also one testimony of a woman saying that she was strip searched and they would beat her on her behind and they would humiliate her in front of each other. Most of the women also who were taken from Gaza, West Bank and Jerusalem said they were beaten on their genitals, which has made it to conclude that there must have been a directive that's been given to the Israeli army to treat women in such manner, because in Jerusalem you're treated by completely different law enforcement than in Gaza or in the West Bank. But all these women said they were beaten on their genitals.
And I could just add on about the women who were forcibly disappeared in Gaza. Like I said before, it was usually as they were fleeing south through the safety corridor, they were abducted at the checkpoint. Many were taken to the Zakim detention center and the Negev detention center, and all together in one large hall, forced to strip completely naked and just sit in this hall, the women amongst each other and the men amongst each other. And it's also been reported and known that Israeli civilians are invited to come to this detention center and mock the Palestinian prisoners while they're naked, photograph them, and watch them as if it's a zoo. So that's something that we've seen.
Also, when it comes to checkpoints, like I said, it's where the sexual violence happens and it goes unreported. So we have a testimony of a teenage girl who was made to undress a man because he refused to undress. They made her undress him, even though she's not related to him. She doesn't know who that man is. And while being searched and touched and molested on their breasts and on their genitals as well.
The media has largely downplayed this report and its findings, but it does conclude that Israel is guilty of the most prominent accusation made against Hamas on October 7th, which is that it weaponized sexual violence systematically. Israeli security forces do this in a coordinated, intentional manner with the goal of subjugating, humiliating, and collectively punishing the Palestinian population. Will the people in this smear campaign acknowledge the existence of this report? Will they acknowledge that their unverified accusations against Hamas are verified actually by this report against Israel? I personally doubt it, but who knows?
It's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
The other piece of Zionist propaganda cited by Ethan in his video was his downplaying of the Nakba. He has participated in overt Nakba denial before.
1948, the War of Independence is called in Israel. Others know it as the Arab-Israeli War.
So I just want to note here that Ethan gave this supposed war 2 names there, but he missed one, the Nakba. And the Nakba is a very relevant and very apt name, because the fact of the matter is that when this supposed war happened, the Palestinians had no real organization, no real funding, no really significant armed groups or leadership to protect them to fight back against the Zionist colonists, while the Zionist colonists had for a very long time organized terrorist groups, militias, etc. among them, which were extremely well funded by international organizations that they had formed, which were dedicated to funding and fomenting the Zionist colonization of Palestine. Hence, what Ethan Klein calls a war here actually started out as mass killings and expulsions by an organized military against the people who did not have one. The Nakba contrary to the narrative of Ethan and Hila here, began before the intervention of the nearby Middle Eastern Arab states. It was a reaction to it, in fact. By the time of the Israeli Declaration of Independence, more than half of the people who were expelled in the Nakba had already been expelled.
After the partition plan to split the Palestine into a part Arab, part Jewish, as many of you probably know, every Arab country around Israel waged a war of annihilation.
Okay, so Ethan left the Nakba out of his narrative here entirely. That is absolutely inexcusable. It's like leaving the Holocaust out of World War II. It simply cannot be forgiven. It is abhorrent, honestly. It's the only way that his narrative can really hold up here as well.
But he does it again in the Content Nuke in a different way. He downplays the Nakba in the Content Nuke by equating it to Jewish expulsion from Muslim countries.
In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews.
This is done with misinformation, so he lies by omission regarding the nature of Jewish immigration to Israel. But even if he hadn't, this is on its face a piece of Zionist propaganda. Because being a refugee does not enshrine upon you some right to steal other people's land and make them refugees. That's what the settlement of Israel was, and any equivocation between that and other factors is a direct rhetorical justification for the crime.
The very premise behind it is obviously flawed, and presenting the partition plan as if it was not clearly a grave injustice is a rhetorical trick to then sort of implant this idea that what Israel did was legitimate. They were just abiding by the plan, apparently, even though they broke every single thing that was stipulated in it, and that it is the fault of the Palestinians for rejecting obviously untenable things like this, rather than just giving up more than half of their country to new arrivals for their own exclusive use. And it's especially ironic that Zionists love to cite the partition plan as somehow legitimizing when they reject, like, literally every other UN prescription or decision, binding or not, ever made on the subject of Israel-Palestine aside from it.
The last main point on Ethan's support of the genocide in Gaza is his effort to delegitimize resistance to that genocide. He spends a good deal of time in his video going after Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, literally calling them the bad guys.
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys.
I feel like I already touched on this a bit in this video and the last one, but what struck me about this section was just the brazen lies about these groups, spreading the ridiculous claim that Hezbollah is responsible for the entirety of the death toll of the Syrian civil war, while also changing all of those deaths, which included combatants, to civilians, and accusing them of genocide.
They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide.
No one does this. I don't know where this came from, but it's just legitimately a bizarre claim to make. Or his false claims about the Houthis, that the hostages taken from the Galaxy Leader had not been seen or heard from since the genocide began.
I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now, with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values.
That's not true. They were confirmed to be in good health by visits from humanitarian organizations, or just lying about the nature of their attacks, as if the Houthis are attacking these ships for any reason other than what they're doing it for, which is to stop Israel's genocide.
The Houthis have been extremely explicit and repeat on an almost daily basis. Their attacks on ships in the Red Sea will stop as soon as the Gaza war ends and humanitarian and other supplies are allowed into Gaza, and therefore the Palestinians will no longer be under the threat and the horrors that you've earlier described and that most of us have seen on our screens for many, many weeks. The important thing is that although the US and the UK claim that they're only defending free movement in the Red Sea and refuse to accept any connection between this and the war in Gaza, for the Houthis, it's absolutely straightforward and explicit that, number one, they're only targeting ships that have any connection with Israel, whether they're going to Israel, coming from Israel, delivering stuff owned by Israelis or whatever, any connection whatever. And that other ships are not targeted, except of course now, since the US and UK strikes have started, they are also targeting US and UK ships.
Also evident in the fact that during the ceasefire, quote-unquote ceasefire, that Israel violated over 1,000 times, the Houthis stopped the attacks, and they only started them up again when Israel started completely starving out the Gaza Strip, fully restricting aid. And in defiance of the starvation blockade, the US and the Saudis started bombing in Yemen and killing children. So if you want to stop Israel from killing children, the US will kill your children. That's basically the conclusion of that sequence of events. It bears repeating here, Hezbollah and Ansar Allah are the only groups in the world that have provided aid to the Palestinian resistance against Israel's genocide. That's a fact. Citing their status as US-designated terrorist groups or historical examples of their violations of international law does not change that fact. If we acknowledge the fact that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, which Ethan, or at least his fans, seem to believe he does, then it must also be recognized that the international community is legally obligated under the Genocide Convention to employ all means necessary to prevent said genocide. When it comes to Israel's genocide in Gaza, these terrorists here are the only ones following the law, the only ones operating with any sort of moral compass.
All states are obliged to do everything in their power to stop this genocide from continuing in Palestine. Who has actually done that? South Africa, when they brought Israel to trial in the International Court of Justice for genocide. I've said arguably Hezbollah, not a state, but it is a significant actor in that state because it has engaged Israeli forces militarily, initially in territory illegally occupied by Israeli forces, the Shebaa farms in South Lebanon, to draw Israeli assets away from the genocide. And the third one that you mentioned very significantly, Yemen, under Houthi control. The Houthis, Ansar Allah, they announced in response to Israel's genocide in Palestine that it would block shipping into the Red Sea that was headed to resupply the Israeli regime as long as it continues the siege and the genocide in Gaza. And it's been using this choke point at the head of the Red Sea called Bab el-Mandeb, which means the Gate of Tears, in this narrow strait between Yemen and Djibouti at the opening of the Red Sea. And they started this targeted partial blockade in November of 2023 when the genocide started by boarding an Israeli ship, and then they sustained the blockade until the announcement of the most recent so-called ceasefire. At that moment, the Houthis...
It's good things people are saying so-called ceasefires with this, right?
Demonstrating
really calling it what it is.
Humanitarian intervention in order to meet what the International Court of Justice has said is the responsibility of all states, and what the General Assembly in its implementing resolution has confirmed is the responsibility of all states to do everything in their power to stop the genocide and the siege that was being imposed on Gaza. You know, some ships avoided the blockade by sailing around Africa, but most of them couldn't. So the major shipping companies stopped sailing to the Red Sea. And
I really hoped I would never live to see something horrible like this.
Which means that this blockade was working.
I really did hope that I wouldn't have to live through an important part of history, but I have lived through several. And I'm sure I will continue to, unfortunately.
States, aka the terrorist designators, meanwhile, are the ones doing the terrorism. They are aiding
Stuff
and abetting
keeps
genocide
happening.
with billions of dollars in arms shipments to Israel.
We always have to live at interesting times, don't we?
The liberal framework of thought is only able to conceptualize actors in conflict as being good and bad. Israel's far-right government is bad, Ethan says, but so are terrorists. Genocide is bad. I don't agree with genocide, of course, but hijacking ships is bad too. It's against the law, which is bad. Everybody should just stop doing bad stuff. Okay, well, Israel's not stopping. They're not stopping the genocide. The US is not stopping its arms shipments so that Israel can continue
It's
that
always
genocide. That is the
something with
material
you.
reality. If you actually want that genocide to stop, you need to do something material to try to stop it. And so far in the world, the only people doing that outside of Gaza militarily are Hezbollah and Ansar Allah. If you spend all your time attacking these groups while sitting on the sidelines, idealistically opining on what forms of resistance are acceptable to you, then you're supporting the genocide. Full stop. There's something to be said here about the basic attack on free speech evident in this campaign. They want to deplatform Hassan for interviewing a Yemeni teenager on on the grounds that they believe this teenager is a member of Ansar Allah, or the Houthis, a US designated terrorist group, and that Hassan didn't just interview him, but he promoted him. Glazing is the legal term they use, I believe.
It started with Hassan platforming Houthi terrorists. This kid is a rampant anti-Semite and a violent Houthi terrorist.
But he literally had a terrorist on a stream. This wasn't really an interview, it was like a glorified promotion reel.
Glorifying a terrorist live on stream. This man does not critically apply any form of journalism.
Hassan did not ask him one critical question. In fact, the opposite. It was a complete puff piece where he sucked him off, elevated him, was uncritical.
None of this is true. Ethan provided no credible evidence to the claim that Rashid Al-Haddad,
Hooray! Hit points level up.
The nickname of the Yemeni teenager, is a member of Ansar Allah. And in their interview, Hassan asked multiple questions that were critical of Rashid.
I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
In America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
والله يعني صراحة أي واحد يدعم فلسطين إحنا معه.
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
Hell yeah.
But even if that hadn't happened, and even if he were a member of the Houthis, calling for deplatforming on those grounds is a basic violation of free speech.
It was very frustrating to see that because like there is journalistic value to interviewing every single person. People have interviewed Osama bin Laden. I was trying to make him comfortable in that conversation because I didn't know if he was a Houthi or not. I thought he might be, right? So I wanted to make him as comfortable as possible. And then yes, the conversation trajectory probably would have changed a little bit if he had said he was a Houthi. He said he was not. And I was inclined to believe him. There's no reason for me not to. But even in that process, they still asked him about like his thoughts on Jewish people, anti-Semitism and the like.
They wanted to deplatform Hassan for watching an Ansar Allah music video on his stream. They claim that this is terrorist promotion, watching unfettered terrorist propaganda, as they claimed. But the question here is, what level of denunciation and condemnation would be required during Hassan's viewing of that video in order for it to clear the bar of a valid viewing of a piece of political media? The mere existence on the screen of a video from the Houthis is enough to trigger that post-9/11 war on terror response in the American viewer, to the point that they're willing to just call for his banning for making such violent and evil threats like Yemeni people are a musical people, or these songs function as an act of resistance against the US-backed Saudi genocide.
Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
It is precisely this line of argument that the US government and the Trump administration have taken when it comes to the illegal kidnapping and detention of Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. He is not charged with a crime, he is being silenced for his speech, on the grounds that it constitutes terrorist promotion. As this sort of terrorism is a threat to US national security, according to the US, this is grounds for detention. The terrorism in question here is, of course, advocating against a genocide. Whether it's the US-backed genocide of Palestinians in Gaza, or the US-backed genocide of the people of Yemen through its crippling blockade that has resulted in the starvation of hundreds of thousands of people, or its indiscriminate bombing campaign that has killed tens of thousands more. In both of these places, the justification is fighting terrorism. When the US-backed Saudi coalition blows up a school bus full of school children, the justification they use is that they were targeting the Houthis.
It was an attack which drew international condemnation and left the parents of 40 children crying over their graves. Initially, the Saudi-led coalition claimed the attack was a justified military operation. It was targeting Houthi leaders. Now, it says, it made mistakes.
When Israel blows up a hospital, lighting medical tents on fire and burning Palestinians alive, the justification they're using is fighting terrorism. It's all part of this same system, and whether on the ground in Gaza or on the airwaves of media coverage of it, the premise itself of terrorism needs to be challenged. Which is why when you release a video for 3 million people attacking resistance to genocide as terrorism,
terrorist groups, terrorist propaganda, terrorism, terrorist organization,
you're sort of doing that same thing. The last point for today's video I want to bring up up is the concept of deflecting criticism. Ethan implies that my decision to criticize him or character assassinate and horrifically lie about him, as he put it, is tied to Hasan being my idol, and my idol being criticized compelled me to defend him, seemingly against logic or reason or something like that. This was an accusation shared by many of the viewers of my video. Hasan Glazer detected, opinion rejected. Now, what's interesting is that this response simply reinforces my point about the Hasan bad online media ecosystem. To these people, responding to my arguments on their own merit is unnecessary because they can simply write me off as de facto wrong because I am defending Hasan, who is de facto wrong because Hasan bad. It is not the actual political issue I am defending him on that they're able to challenge, the issue of course being opposing Israel's genocide in Gaza and informing viewers about the resistance to that genocide without screaming, "I condemn terrorism" into the microphone for every second of that coverage. No, it's not that. It is the mere fact that Hasan is on the screen while I make these points that seems to trigger this response. The response of completely ignoring the valid connections between Hasan's arguments and my own. It's cowardly, but expected, and only serves to strengthen my resolve in the notion that these people are not serious in their politics and therefore should not be taken seriously. The other major example of this sort of deflection is in regards to my citation of the YouTuber Bad Empanada. I can't tell you how many comments I received from people that decided to throw out all of the points made in my hour-long video in their entirety because at the start of it, I cited Bad Empanada's prior responses. None of these comments, and I mean not a single one out of the seemingly thousands of them, took the time to respond to, let alone debunk Bad Empanada's points about Ethan's video. So far, I haven't seen anyone do that or even try. Regardless of how you feel about Bad Empanada or what you think of his posts online, the facts are the facts. If you can't dispute them, then just say that and move on. Embrace your ignorance and your blind fandom, because at least then you're not being a coward. You're just saying, yeah, I'm dumb. I'm a dumb idiot baby. I don't like Bad Empanada because he's mean to my favorite streamer. Okay, that's fine. That's the truth. There's a claim going around that Hasan being pro-Palestine does not make him immune from criticism.
One of the most cynical methods Hasan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
In one way, this is true. Like, let's say Hasan walked up to you and stepped on your foot and you said, "Hey man, don't do that, ow." And he responded by saying, "You're going to criticize me while there's an active genocide going on right now? Seriously?" That would be an example of an invalid deflection from criticism. However, when the criticism in question is related to Hasan's support of Palestinians and advocacy against their genocide, and the criticism is coming from people who do not support that cause, then yes, it makes him immune. He doesn't have to take that criticism seriously because it's coming in bad faith from people who are not allies to his cause. If criticism is coming from parties who have no stake in or solidarity with the mission of Palestinian liberation, these criticisms are irrelevant. They are beneath consideration. The people who levy these criticisms do not talk about politics until it's time to make a Hasan bad video. This is the case with all of the slop tubers who shared the smear campaign. Ethan here might argue that he does have a stake in the pro-Palestine movement, as he has referred to himself as a stalwart ally to this cause.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
This raises some questions, to my mind, namely, how? What did he do to be able to bestow upon himself the label of stalwart ally? Calling yourself an ally is already, what are you doing? But in this case, especially, what did you do? What did he do? He donated to a fundraiser. Okay, but what if I told you that this donation was a one-time donation of what is likely less than 1% of his yearly income to a fundraiser that Hasan ran, and that this was followed by total silence on Gaza over the course of the genocide until it was time to attack Hasan with smears that originate from genocidal Zionists. And then in order to justify these actions, he would hold that donation of what is likely 1% of his yearly income over people's heads.
I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat.
And when I say silence, I do mean that. A search through every episode of the H3 podcast, which is Ethan's most significant form of content creation in the span between October 7th of 2023 and the release date of his content nuke, you can count the number of times Gaza is mentioned on one hand. Most of the time, it's not even even brought up by Ethan. It's brought up by his producers, and then when they bring it up, barely a breath is spent on the topic. I'm not interested in handing out or revoking allyship badges, but I do think if someone is using that label on themselves while actively working against the cause, this needs to be exposed and understood so that we can stop including them in the conversation. I realize that for those of you who are already aware of how he's doing this, I'm just doing that now by talking about him, and you're welcome to criticize me for that. That's who I'm willing to listen to criticism from, people that actually care about this issue. But I do think there are a good amount of people, in his audience especially, that just can't really see what he's doing. People who might otherwise be allies to the cause are being misdirected into liberal Zionism. And I do think that's worth exploring, at least for a certain amount of time. Now, while all of this vitally important influencer discourse was going on, somewhere else in the world, there were other developments. On March 17th, Israel carpet-bombed sleeping Palestinians in Gaza at 2 a.m. in one of the most bloody massacres since the genocidal onslaught began 17 months ago. Over 400 Palestinians are confirmed to have been killed by this act of Israeli terrorism, and over 1,000 more injured. They killed more children in a single day than in any day in Israel's history. This came after 17 straight days of a complete siege on any humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. They had already been breaking the ceasefire repeatedly over 1,000 times, something which the US media continually whitewashed, but this attack was Israel's formal unilateral destruction of the ceasefire, slaughtering hundreds of starving children in their sleep. This record-breaking child-killing event was celebrated in Israeli Telegram channels with hundreds of thousands of members.
Just monstrous.
Girl mourning her mother,
that is like,
by Israel,
how do we get there? How do we get away from
there?
there?
1,000 whores, cry as long as you can until we get to you too and eliminate you together with your ugly girl. To a video of a child in Gaza collecting his parents' remains, someone replied, "A young piglet vigorously collects hot and fresh litter to break the fast." The very next day after this massacre, Israel blew up a cancer hospital, the Turkish Friendship Hospital, the only hospital in Gaza specializing in treating cancer patients. They just blew the entire building up. It's rubble now. The IDF said,
I'm sorry, I just like legitimately had a sickening, like a moment of sickening fear.
at the start of the genocide.
Oh god, we need to do some meme deconstruction after this. I think I need some time of like nonsense videos and weed. It's important to know about this shit, but it's like that was like watching that clip was genuinely revolting. I had like a physical reaction.
Talking about what some idiot Zionist influencer thinks. And there's a few reasons, but first, look, the last time I framed a video about Gaza around a YouTube drama...
Yeah, it's important to know about this shit, right? And it's important to have it spread.
Came in expecting me to talk shit about a YouTuber and left with a video that
like I need to know about it because I need to like be able to talk about it.
Topic, media coverage of Israel's ceasefire violations.
Take care of yourself, obviously. We'll decompress our brains in just a little bit. Have a little silly time.
Know about what Israel is doing. People that don't already know, or at least aren't seeing updates on Israel's genocide, which is a lot of people. The media is not covering it. They weren't covering it a lot before, but over the past 17 months, that coverage has dwindled down to almost nothing. And as we've seen, the majority of it is just straight up manufacturing consent. This includes that record-breaking child-killing massacre from Israel. How many of you heard about that, described in those terms, the terms of what actually happened and not just another new, quote, Israeli Gaza offensive with some catastrophic record-breaking death toll that doesn't even make it into the headline? The best way, I think, to get more people to know about this stuff is by using the algorithm for what it's meant to be used, which is views. And in this case, what that looks like is farming drama. I could be wrong about this approach, and if you think there's better ways to go about this, then feel free to let me know in the comments. I've been thinking about lately doing something like scaling up and running the channel as a platform, but a non-profit, so that I can just cover more things more consistently and
That's
not have to choose
really cool.
a US-backed child
Jesus Christ, Noah.
Ethan Klein. But until then, it's going to be
Jesus, that's a really good idea, actually.
Of these creators. It's not about them. It's not about anyone being good or bad or what your YouTube subscription feed says about your morals. It's about a genocide that's happening right now, that's unfolding in front of our eyes, and that most of our countries are actively.
He was saying he wants to create, like, he's trying to use the algorithm to raise awareness by like farming drama between content creators.
giving people rhetoric to support the genocide that's happening, then we need to talk about that. That's something we need to discuss, especially if that person is claiming to be an ally to the cause. And if other creators are fighting against it, then that's worth talking about too. If they're providing historical analysis and breaking down propaganda that's being used for the genocide, or giving an honest voice to its resistance, then that content is important and should be shared and supported regardless of
Yeah,
how you feel
absolutely.
about the individuals involved. Unfortunately, we're sort of stuck in a media ecosystem that cares far more about influencer drama than it does about Palestinian lives. Part of the effort here is an attempt to steer that media ecosystem and the consumers existing inside of it towards being more aware of their plight, towards caring about it, and hopefully
Yeah.
doing something to try and stop it. So
I
anyways,
absolutely
yes, I will
agree
keep
with
using
this.
influencer drama to grab your heads and slam them against the screen to show you what Israel is doing. And if you don't like that, tell your favorite influencers to stop using their massive platforms to back a genocide. Tell them to stop spreading genocidal propaganda, lying about the resistance to it, and silencing and deplatforming advocates against the genocide. Do that, and then I'll leave you all to your slop. It's very simple. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thanks for watching. I've linked some fundraisers below. Support them if you can. Free Palestine. Goodbye.
Thank you, Noah. All right, I need a decompression. We need it immediately. My brain hurts. Here we go. Absolutely. I'm glad that we did it. It just hurts my brain. Yeah, Noah's awesome. That's the kind of work that I want to be doing, right? That's where I'm hoping I can take this channel. Oh my god. How unusual. Oh, bye. Okay. Mochi pizza. Hammers are ranged weapons.
Moisturize, and you're gonna take your comb and you're gonna just comb it out, and then oh damn, I should get some naps.
We're gonna stick to my browsing. You're so funny, Bo. It does look very tasty. Okay.
Where the f are we?
Damn. Oh fuck! Not the hot pot.
Man, I'm having a horrible day. I hope this hand towel dispenser isn't really loud.
gonna break. It's gonna break. It's gonna break somehow. Oh god! I wasn't expecting that one to. It scared me. Oh. Oh. Maxwell.
Class patiently waiting and passionately smashing every expectation, every actions and act of creation.
Okay, honestly. Okay. Ja. Altså, jeg tager rettet så fedt. Все. Прощайся с жизнью.
Aww. Oh, creature. He's so mad. That's one ferocious little shrew. He is. Oh.
Peanut.
I love cats.
Venga, 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 baby.
He's so funny.
I couldn't even go downstairs to leave the house if I wanted to because look.
Oh no, that's really scary. I hate slipping on ice. Oh. Uh-huh. Okay. Thanks.
I need to. Oh, no problem, no problem, no problem. No problem, no problem.
Everything's going great. Oh, fuck, I could go for some chocolate. There's no chocolate, though. Maybe tomorrow. You gotta pour liquid fast. You gotta not be a coward about it. You just gotta go. Morgana is looking right at me. She is leaning. She's sitting near my desk and she's looking right at me. It's so cute. I'm gonna go touch that cat. I have to. It's the rules. She just surprised herself by moving her tail.
See what am I cat doing?
What was that?
See what?
Oh, we see.
From the top rope.
Miss Morgana, I have to pet you. Oh my gosh, baby. Wants her whole head scratched. Ooh, you baby. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're such a baby girl.
Who the fuck put butter on the truck?
Who the fuck put butter on the truck? Hello. 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 Loves it.
go.
Oh, you're not done. You're not done. You're not doing meeting speech. Oh. Good night. I grabbed Morgana. I brought her here.
Look what I just caught on camera. Yes, Tommy. Oh, no. You're doing fantastic.
You're such a good kitty. Oh, Merlin is sneezing.
Oh.
My precious baby girl.
Света, вон она съебалась. В натуре, блядь, как на скейтборде.
Which planet is China in?
China is on Earth.
Good night, Allie. Hamster. Did the bunny mech happen? Did you see the bunny in the mech with the gun?
By Fediwap on the harmonica while skiing.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move.
It is you.
It's like a little mouse or something. Look at it.
Oh, that's me. Hello, Miss Morgana. You're so cute. Oh no! Hi Merlin, how are you? You wanna hop up? Mm-hmm. There's a baby. Oh, he's a lap cat. He's my lap cat.
Fuck is this bullshit? My fucking bathroom is made from Alibaba and fucking Play-Doh.
Hello. Oh, he is purring. He's so happy. Who's my baby? Hello, babe. Oh. This baby boy. He's being so cute.
Vou dar a volta aqui. Às vezes pode ser uma questão de ângulo, né?
That's June making music.
Video that leaked of you stealing a truckload of helium.
I had nothing to do with the helium that was stolen.
This
I never understood.
baby
I didn't
Merlin.
understand. I never understood. I couldn't understand. I couldn't believe. I didn't understand. I never understood. I couldn't understand. I never understood. I couldn't believe it.
Get in! I didn't order an Uber.
or Bruder. This is Agatha core music. That's my wife core music. She was legitimately, we said that earlier, and Ag was like, I was like, yeah, I was kind of jamming to it. The Garfunkel.
You didn't really do much.
Oh.
Fastest computer screen closed.
Oh.
Baba Booey.
Oh, that's me when I flip June.
Wait, what?
That plays the cool Jet Set Radio noise.
Holy shit. Yo, what is going on right now? Got my Sammy.
That's me. Oh.
Look at it. Boy. Out of his shoes.
Ha ha ha. Oh my god! The skis came off! Holy shit! Oh, that is a happy fucking cat.
Out, but with the help of a broomstick handle, he will remove all the ice and make his way.
So someone told me shaving cream cleans your windows for you. It's on my new Ford Escape that I got, and they said to leave it for a little bit, so we're gonna see.
Oh yes! My fan! Fuck my TV! Wow!
Fuck my TV! Wow!
No meio do nada.
Tá certo disso?
You can take it. Go ahead and take it.
Oh?
Выдыхаю на рыбалочке. Нихуя себе поклевка. Uhum.
Dando uma lugarzinho que não tem nome, aceitamos sugestões, é fêmea. O Ronaldo tá aqui averiguando.
Ah, he fucking missed. Oh, honey, I don't know about that move.
Rise, my child. Good. I surrender.
I ain't looking at your damn pussy, motherfucker.
Ooh. Why? Oh.
What kind of dog is that?
What kind of dog is that?
Para la familia completa, amigos.
Haha.
Ya no es el solo, ¿verdad?
Oh no! Huh? How unusual.
Oh, tissue.
Not sure what the play was there, guy. But
They're fucking, dude. They're fucking.
Fuck! It's everywhere.
oh my god!
I wish I'd have bought some fucking longer shoelaces. Fucking hell! Look at the fucking state of them. I could rescue Titanic with them fuckers.
Insane. Amazing.
Yeah, go feed him. Go feed him, Taraji. Yeah, go over there with your daddy. Go over there with your daddy and feed him.
Jadis, don't do that.
What the fuck? My head went between.
It's called timing your jump.
Oh my god. Please don't touch it.
Never hesitate to join a stream, Bo. You deserve to be here.
Comes the fucking paper boy. Thank God. What's up? The fuck?
Tomato! Oh my goodness. No, we love you. I genuinely love seeing you come around.
Your mama ain't Jemima, ain't your daddy.
Oh. Oh, cell phones? Oh. Mr. Bear. It might be. They got it. Oh.
We had 63 showings this weekend. Oh, gee. Okay.
She got a thing for Chanel.
No, 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 no. It was. No, no, why would you?
And it's pretty close. Okay, this to chest to here should not be the same here. And it almost is.
不拖泥带水，干净利索，从不失误。而且这一招刘谦老师
I will keep that in mind.
多条丝。
That's me with like sour candy. Sour candy fucks my mouth up. Especially like Sour Patch Kids.
There he is. There he is, dog. There he is, dog.
So true.
Amor, ¿qué tenía en el talón ahí? Pucha.
No, fuck. It so is. No.
He be lying. Bitch, I'm the source. Bobby dipping. I'm the
Oh.
boss.
Okay. This is not ending well. Nope. Oh, good puppy.
Still get a thumbs up.
It is you.
Get outside and do some exercise like AJ. Way to represent AJ. Anybody else outside with us today?
My kids doing this, man. Listen, I'm a real thug. I catch you doing that shit, and I'm gonna beat your ass.
Downstairs. We're doing your cake.
Okay, mommy.
I'm almost as tall as this door. And if I put my hands up, I can touch the top of this doorway, which means that I can do a handstand and hang off of the top of the door like a
Ooh. Oh, hello.
I thought you went for some cigarettes, bruh. How you come back with a watermelon? What?
What the fuck, dude?
You're gonna submit your source code and your makefile.
Miss Ron? Hello?
Oh my god. Oh, that bonk. That was the bonk of a concussion.
Yes, sir. I'd like to take your statement.
Aww. Ooh. Oh, oh. Poor puppy. Oh, hero! Ooh, adamant full helm. I already got one. That's free money.
Hello?
No. Ooh, that's cool.
Oh!
아니 그거 뭐야?
Oh, shit!
Nigga, I swear to fucking God, but
Oh!
Take one. Didn't break.
Incredible. Piggy. Oh! Oh, he got so close!
Bit of a struggle. Like you just want to yank on his phone.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh. Oh, fuck. Ugh, fuck that. No! See you every time you open a Dr. Pepper 80. Oh, that's me. I prance. Look at him go! $59 magic.
After all, computers crash, people die, relationships fall apart.
But the strength I have is washing away.
Oh, hello. Oh, oh, what an asshole! Happy go. The void.
And you got your 240, dog. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, bye.
Wow! Is anyone gonna take this schizophrenia? Wow! Mumu's
Combat level 58. Go to level 1025. Oh fuck. I got my truck full of duck. They got the spirit. June.
Ah, 谢谢. It just tastes like the packaged frosting in the tubs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're fat.
What?
What the fuck? Don't say that.
I get a McChicken and a large
They got
fry?
McRibs.
Can I also get ice cream cone and shake? You get that?
Bitch!
Ooh, chips. Hell yeah.
Summon snack. I once asked Anton what his favorite spell was, and he said it was summon small snack. Ooh! Ferocious rabbit. Goodbye. I get a bite of that hoagie.
Oh shit!
When the weather's nicer, I would love to go biking or like walking in places.
It's a bus with no back.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
I just sit here.
No, don't drink that. I don't have a bike right now, but I probably could get my hand on one through like a Goodwill or something. And he fell. Oh, puppy eating strawberries. Little unripened strawberries. Silly puppy. What this one? Oh. You know a guy that fixes bikes? Cool. I want to get really good at Magic. I want to go and qualify at paper events. I want to play in standard events, I think. I'm gonna have to start practicing a lot. Which means I also need to find an archetype I really vibe with. I think with Tarkir coming up soon, that's a good idea to, like, a good time to get back into the game.
Designed exercises wake kids up to make them take responsibility for their lives.
It is. It is you.
A ver cómo es, cómo es. Mira, así mira. Como vikingo, ¿no?
Oh! Oh, he's doing it. The terror in her eyes. That's like a prayer response. Crossing that road. Ooh.
Oh my god, are you alright? No. Are you alright?
No. Oh, goodbye.
Okay. There you go. There go one. All right. 6-5 to the board. There go another one. You happy? I did come. I beg, Central, lock this car now. I beg, I beg.
The spirit, hey. The spirit of God is here. Get him again.
What the fuck?
It don't matter, baby. It don't matter. I love you. Ooh. I want to fuck my history teacher again.
What? I need to see it again.
Let's put up bodies here.
Get him again.
Oh, okay.
It don't matter, baby. It don't matter. I love you. Ooh. I want to fuck my history teacher again.
Stop doing that shit.
Like that, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? Why you push him now?
Fucking die! What the fuck? Holy shit.
Excuse me. You know how I get Walmart?
Oh my god, I almost just passed out. It's not that funny.
Enzo.
Oh, excuse me.
This bitch done lost her rabbit ass mind. This dumbass grown bitch done lost her.
Yes.
He just wanted to fight. Sometimes you got that fighting spirit in you, you know? You gotta let it out.
Kai.
No. He's just there.
Yo, hit the vape, bro.
Oh no.
Muito resistente, complexo, robusto. Ó. Eita.
You're so right.
All right.
Oh, all right.
My night couldn't get any worse. My fucking bed just broke, and of course my hamster's just climbing on top.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Get out of my house.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Oh, she's doing her best. Baloney. Oh, sandwiches. I can have a free kebab? That's awesome. Thank you, sandwich lady.
No, this isn't a good idea, dude.
Thanks for the sandwich, sandwich lady. That is literally that character's name. Alright. Alright, let's go back to RuneScape. The way God intended. With some music.
Life sucks and I never try suicide. Mine's fucked even more than I realize. Time's up, keep it moving when she arrives. If you ever heard what I heard in my mind, never try, you would cry, that's a lie, you would die. I don't wanna ever come down from a high, I am in the best seats. From time and the next breed, if you come at me directly, don't need
There you go.
to defend me. Souls in a place even I can't get to, don't fuck with the deadly.
Yeah, that is me. You know me. Ninja wishes that he was as cool as I am. For how lame everyone was trying to convince me all my hobbies were, they've gotten me laid a whole bunch. I have joined a clan, and I know I said this to some people, but it's worth saying on stream. Somebody was transphobic at me in the clan, and I bit back, but the clan stood up for me and they kicked the guy. It was awesome. Lame hobbies get you Neuro sweetie pie girlies. So true. Yeah, absolutely. I was surprised. I mean, not for nothing, but it's not unusual for people to turn their to say they're open to everything until it's a trans person and they're like, whoa, okay, wait a second now. But it hasn't been that, which is good. The duels remember this. The North remembers. Any cute plans for the rest of the week? Not really. I want to read with you. Oh, that sounds so nice. Let's do that. I'm definitely interested. And I want to stream some more. Evil plans. Hello, baby boy. My cat is crying because it's not breakfast time yet. Gnarly plans, mischievous machinations, you know me. A bug hike? That sounds really fun! Like you're gonna go find cool bugs? That sounds awesome! You wish to hold the spiders? I don't want to hold spiders, but I think collecting cool bugs would be fun. We should go creek exploring? Okay, that sounds fun. It's been a long time since I ever did anything stuff like that. I want to definitely be like smoking outside more as soon as the weather gets nicer. It's just been so cold. I love smoking outside. I was always told not to play in the creeks. And I was like too much of a goody two-shoes to not do what I was told. I didn't even like disobey anybody until I was in high school. I respect that a lot. I was not and am not. I was thoroughly domesticated from an early age. And not even in the fun way. Hey Mocha, what's up? How you been? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I've been trying to keep up with your work. I'm drinking a milkshake at 3 a.m. You know what? Fuck yeah, that sounds awesome. I wish I had a milkshake. To be fair. Yeah, I saw. That's really fucking cool. I liked all of the screenshots that you were posting. It really looks like you're having fun with it too, and it looks like you're learning a lot, which is always the best part. I like seeing people take on projects that are like ambitious. It's really awesome. I have a lot of respect for you as an artist for taking on a big challenge like that. Even if you like no matter where it ends up, right? I think that the idea that you even like approached it and have been working on it so much, like I think that's really, really awesome. Like of the people that I find myself considering a contemporary, right? Like you are a fantastic artist, and I think that you're really, really awesome. So big thumbs up all around. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I'm doing my best. Life is crazy out there for people that look and sound like me, but you know. Fuck them. They haven't killed me yet. As long as I have blood to bleed, I'm gonna stay a crazy bitch on the internet. Absolutely. Baby, you jump up in lap. You gotta jump higher than that. If you wanna jump up higher, you gotta jump up higher. You're not very good at jumping. Meow, meow. So sad and hungry. He's starving to death. He recently went down to 2 meals a day. I know. I know. Only breakfast and dinner for a little kitty cat. But it's because his sister has been he's been putting on way too much weight. Merlin is withering. He's fading away as we speak. We've downgraded him to 2 normal-sized meals a day instead of 3 medium-sized meals a day. Just because Morgana, the way that she was eating is she was kind of like collecting a bunch and getting kind of chunky. I just don't want either of them to get fat because there are like health risks that come along with that for domestic cats that are not getting as much exercise. But of course that means my little monster is being extra monster today. Because he's so sad. We need to get an automatic feeder, I think, so that he stops associating the food with us. But I gotta talk to Miss about that. The thing is if I leave a bunch of food out in one place, then Merlin will hork it all, and then Morgana will like not approach while Merlin is around because they are sworn enemies. Merlin will make himself sick because Merlin just eats so much. On-site smoke for fucking sure. Like, she needs to kill. She's on kill mode. Wizard duel. Hi Morgana, how are you? They're usually fine, and they exist near each other just fine. It's just, Morgana's a little ball of anxiety, and Merlin is, like, extremely socially awkward. They learn their names, did some reading, and understand deeply that they must destroy each other. Sorry. I think we're actually good. I think we've reached our goal. It's so true. Okay. Alright, it should be fine. I have 90 bones, which I think is plenty. It says it estimates 84 here. So fishing trawler. Good soy. Okay. Hello, sweet boy. I know. Life is so hard for you when you're a little guy. Alright, now I'm gonna buy a bunch of slime. Where's the fucking thing? It's here. I need to go to fishing trawler. Oh no, it's these guys. The charters, yeah. Now I gotta swap some worlds and buy a bunch of slime buckets. Hey, baby boy. You're so demanding. I know, baby. I know you're hungry. He's so cute. He's such a cute little whiner. Hop up then. You got something to say? Say it up close to my face and give me a little kiss about it. Hello. Meow. You're such a baby. He's trying to climb me. He knows I'm paying attention, but he doesn't know why I'm not feeding him. Such a spoiled baby. He cries and I give him everything he wants. I really do spoil him horribly rotten, but I love him so very much. He has such a cute little face. How can I say no? Okay, so I have all the things that I need, just made sure that I had everything. Wear that. Also the Amulet of Magic. Morning, Vivi. How are you? How's your morning going so far? Sleepy. That's fair. Charter to Port Phasmatis, please. Talk to Necrovarius at the Ectofuntus. Okay. Get some Ecto tokens real quick. Now this does the automatic thing. This is how you get the best prayer XP for your buck. Just very slow. Hello, baby boy. Hello, I know, you're so sad. Yeah, I know, you sound so sad and pathetic. I'm to worship the Ectofuntus. Hooray! Thank you. Meow. Meow.
Oh yeah, oh. Piece of my heart died, knowing that I may have been the cause. You want to leave, fulfill someone else's dreams. I think I might totally be lost. Ring, diamond rings, delicate string of pearls. This song to sing, my beautiful girl. Thank you. Job too bad to buy.
you, 'cause it's what you deserve. Sacrifice so much of your life just for this to work. I'm chasing my own dreams, sailing around the world. Know that I'm yours to keep, my beautiful girl. You're a piece of my dice, and I may have been the cause. To leave someone else's dreams might totally be lost. It's called a diamond ring, delicate swing of pearls. Wrote the song to sing, beautiful girl. It's called a diamond ring, delicate swing of pearls. Wrote this song to sing, my beautiful girl. It's a pretty song. I think it's legitimately easier to just do this. City, send me mountain. City, ink is when you tell me. Chin. City. City. It fucking sucks. It sucks. Fucking lose first turn. Awesome. Cool game. I love these quests. They fucking suck. I'm a ghost. Feel like me doing the little ghost costume. What do you think of it, 80? A ghost. And now we have to get them to sign a petition. Sorry for spooking you. You're feeling silly. Just never get hit. I believe in you. Excuse me. Hello, baby. I know. Mm-hmm. You're so hungry. You're dying and withering away because you're so hungry. You're gonna cry and cry and cry forever. The sobbingest crier. Oops.
Minutes. 30 minutes.
30 minutes to Merlin breakfast.
You don't know what 30 minutes, but just hang it in.
You just gotta hang in there, buddy.
Promise.
He's not aware of what day it is, what month it is, what year it is. He does not understand the passage of time.
Work on it.
Hey, baby. Hello, silly baby. Hello. He has such a small brain and he only has room in it for one thought, and he's thinking about cheeseburger. He's just got a cheeseburger rotating in his brain. That's the only thing he can think of. Merlin, saddest boy ever. Alright, Necrovarus, let's get you out of here. Hooray!
Oh my goodness.
Down with Dracula.
Oh, that's the.
Hell yeah.
We're so.
Is it CV3?
Yeah.
"38 prayer." Alright, quest done. Now I need to do the rest of my Ectophontus. Next looks like Monkey Madness. Oof. That's a quest. It's a hard quest.
Down.
I need... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, this makes me want to watch Your Name again. Do we want to do it? We should do a server movie night and watch Your Name, because I can cry ugly. You put the boy through the machine? What? Ooh. Cool, that's a cool drawing. I love your art. Time to sleep? Alright, Vo. Have a great night. Sleep well, alright? Thank you so much for staying with us for so long and joining us on this journey. Have a great evening. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's good to hear from you too. I'm really glad. I'm always glad to have you around. I'm really grateful to have a community. I'm really grateful to have friends and people who want to be around me. Thank you. I'm just glad to be surrounded by people who care about me. This music is much too intense for this activity. Well, hello, baby boy.
Tell him
20 minutes. Forty prayer. That gives us protect from missiles. Now just 3 more and we get protect from melee, and then we have all of our overheads. And then once the overhead protection prayers are unlocked, that unlocks a whole bunch of like new things for us. It's a huge bonus.
Where are you going?
No, he just wants you to feed him. He doesn't want to get in your lap. He just wants you to feed him. And he knows that if he's cute and annoying, you'll do it eventually.
Come here. My lap, I'll feed you right now. But
He did jump in my lap earlier, just for like an instant. He is.
Come here, Merlin.
I love that he's so like he's so talkative and he's so insistent. I think that his personality is cute.
Yeah, I do too. Like, I like kitties to tell you about it.
Mm-hmm. Hey Morgana.
You just what 18 more minutes mean? Hey, can I have a hit off that?
Absolutely.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is fine. It's just very good.
I'm sorry, honey.
No big deal. Tell me about it, buddy boy.
Excuse me. Always be plugging.
What?
Always be plugging. ABP. Always be plugging. Gotta sell those stacks. I swear next stream will be proper face cam and everything. I'll get everything set up. I just got like really lazy last night when I was setting up. Blah. I didn't move my PC yet, no. We need to finish, like, setting that whole room up first. We need to, like, get a plan together for it. I do want your help with the cable management, though. It sounds like that would be a fun project. Hello, Mr. Man. I think it would be fun. I want to get that whole area set up so I don't have to use like a green screen or anything. I can use the green screen, like I might for certain things, but I think it would be more fun to have a set up. And then I can record videos there too. It'll make things a little more easier on the content creation end. Plus it'll be like a nice little corner and I can decorate it and get it all kitschy. And then it's just a better use of that space, because right now that whole fucking corner just doesn't get used at all. Except for Merlin. And I feel like I should probably get more use out of my house than my cat. I don't know, I pay rent, he doesn't, so I guess that's up to consideration. Yeah, absolutely. Once I figure it out, like I said, we have to like make a better use of the space and figure out like what we're doing. I mean, I guess you can take a crack at cable management anyway before we do the project. So, I mean, then, but it might be just easier to wait until it's all over there anyway, so that we know where things are going to be. This is June in my song. The activity that I'm performing is deeply stupid, but it's very, I know this game inside and out. Just know what I'm doing. It's stupid that I know all that information, but I love it. I don't know if any of that made any sense. That I am. We love when the thoughts kind of like slide off of each other. Like two chicken breasts covered in olive oil. You know what I mean? Well, I wasn't gonna bring that into it, but I guess if we are. My oil. My oil! Hello, baby. My precious oil. And there's all 3 overhead prayers. Hey, how are you? It's good to see you. Meow indeed. Hello, sweetie. Oh, Mr. Merlin, it's just about that time.
Sure is. I was looking for.
Head on losing dogs. I know they're losing and I pay by the ring. Eyes when they're down. All right. Now, Monkey Madness. Huh? Alright, let's grab these. Alright, so that's that. Recommended items. We need monkey bones? I don't have any monkey bones. I have banana. I have a prayer with them. That's fine. I don't wanna see those tears again, you know Jesus tried, strove. Yes, he does. Said, son, you're famous in heaven. Maybe I'm famous in heaven. And maybe there is no heaven. And maybe we're all alone together now. See those tears again, you know Jesus drive an astro. Hey. Die, monkey.
Oh.
For a million damage. We'll save time if we do. Captain Barnaby, I need your help. Send me to Brimhaven.
my tomb. I love it not to be in a place where life is easy. Like, what the fuck is real? What the fuck is wrong? I think I can fit with your tone. Like, all I think about you. Better leave my body when the time it comes through. Laughing on you till the time it comes through. Why you always hate to break bread? Think about the way that you would feel if never said. Joke's on you, well it's time to come through. Everything that you need, but I'm starting to see. You know I wanna be above everything, but I'm just not there yet.
Come on, skinny love, just let's sing it. To pour a little salt we will never eat. My, 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 my. Staring at the sink of love across from you.
Hate slide puzzles. Thank God this does it for me. Right. Monkey madness.
And now all
I love monkey espionage. Ow. Oh. Hello, Morgan. Thank you. Hello. Morgana has crawled into my lap and she's being so cute. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? What was that? What killed me? Oh, please no. We're just gonna claim it for death. Okay, well, that sucks, but it's not the worst. It might actually be maybe time to take a little break for me and come back to this when I am a little more stable-brained. I think maybe that's proof. Alright, let's okay here. Pause. Thank you all very much. Now, here. Oh, we've been going. It says 6 hours now, but it's definitely been longer than that. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad we got it all figured out. Hopefully, sometime soon we can be back on. Alright, we're gonna send you off on a raid. Y'all make sure you have a great night. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do. And just, you know, do something nice for yourself today. Stay kind out there. I love you all.
Girl, the dough, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Asante is so busted. I don't know how they fucking released that fucking champion and thought it was okay. Is April here? Hi April, how was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Bro, looking at Mbessa, she's cooking. I mean, look at Mel. Have you fucking looked at Mel? Mel is so stupid. Michelle Obama. Who the fuck is Michelle Obama? Oh, Michelle, yeah. Good couple hours of Ironman progress. Are you an early iron, I'm assuming? What have you done? And Bessa. Mumu interacts with her? I haven't seen enough. I just know that, like, when... Pretty early, that's good. Did you just start an iron? Is this your first account? And all that? Or is this, like... a second account, you've played a main, decided that main game is too easy, and so that you wanted to go iron? First Iron Man, I have a main. Well, I hope you enjoy the Iron Man grind. Just know that when you get frustrated, you know, you signed up for this. Yes, it could be very rewarding. There's definitely more dopamine to getting drops, but it could be very frustrating when you go dry. I like hard work, glad to hear it. Long, tedious grinds for no good reason. A Mumu bandage forced Mel to bandage to a Mumu. Why? Is it because of the reflect? The fucking, what is her W or her E? That's wild. It's a skill shot. Thank you so much for the follow, April. League is down. My accounts are airballs and bird. Is there you guys could like also join my Discord. I think I have a link, and then you could just PM me there or something. I have no idea what my thing is. I'm not gonna remember. So, just hop by whenever League is on. Stay epic. I've been up for ages. You should definitely get some sleep, of course. Thank you so much again, and you know, hopefully the stream goes, the Ironman progress goes well, and you really, really enjoy it. No, to be a degen. No one needs to be up at fucking 7 in the morning. Girl needs her beauty sleep. Oh, there's the update. You don't care my sleep, meanie. Do you need your beauty sleep? Is that what you're saying? If you need your beauty sleep, you can go. Any ideas on getting back into OSRs? I got hacked and lost most of my shit. Just can't CBA building right now. Are you a main or an iron? Main, I would just say, honestly,